Hello world. Do we have... Are these red? Wizard. Wait, can I like favorite? Memorize. Oh, right. I gotta memorize spells. Or we rest. It's a good thing to remember. What else do I need to consider when leveling Octavia up? Said I was gonna do wizard, but I'm not so sure. Maybe. I wonder if we're gonna do meta magic on the jolt thing or whatever. Hurricane bow. Why am I not using that? Any arrow fired from a bow or crossbow you're carrying deals damage as if one size larger than it actually is. The medium longbow normally deals 1d8, now deals 2d6 for 1 minute. Oh, I see. That's what we do. We use the hurricane bow. Why is there no... Oh, I haven't... Yeah, I have learned enlarge. Not the other ones. Yeah, I can put the hurricane bow here. We can have the snowball. The color spray. What is this? Directed target dealing 1d4 plus 1. The caster level, I'm level 2, so at level 3 we will get 3d4 plus 1. Pretty neat, I suppose. Rather than... Maybe we're just gonna do... Hurricane bow. Can I do 2 enlarged persons? I can. I can just spam that if I want to. Stunned, perhaps blinded, possibly knocking them prone. I think color spray is... yeah. Just an illusion, but... That's why we want the bow on Octavia, because of the hurricane bow thing. Instead of Lindsay. Don't have any meta magic yet, but... That's just a standard action. It doesn't level up. Just makes my bow better. Just nice. And then large person bonus to strength. Yeah, that was very useful though. We're gonna have a bow, 1 enlarge. On... I don't think we're gonna have the snowball though. What is staggered? Alright, let's check. Stagger creature may take a single move action or standard action each round, but not both. They take full round actions. I see. What is this specialist school again? Physical enhancement. +1 enhancement. 1 physical ability score. Strength, Dex, or Constitution. This bonus increases for +1 for each wizard level you possess. What did I select? What do I have? Alright, let's check our character again. What do we have? Here we go. Oh! Right, I get to select, and we did select dexterity. Yeah. What else do we have? Physician school. Oh. Actually, let's check that. That's why it was red, right? Search. Wait, no. Kingmaker opposition. Alright, someone quotes, a wizard that chooses to specialize in one school of magic must select 2 other schools as a position school representing knowledge sacrificed in one area of arcane and lore to gain mastery in another. Wizard to prepare spells from his opposition school must use 2 spell slots of that level to prepare this spell. For example, a wizard with evocation. Right. And what was this good? Transmutation gives us physical enhancement. Right? It gives us telekinetic fist. Standard action. 1d4 bludgeoning +1 for every 2 wizard levels. Not. At 8th level, you can change your shape for a number of rounds per day equal to your wizard level. These rounds do not need to be consecutive. This ability otherwise functions like Beast Shape 2 or Elemental Body. At level 12, this ability functions like Beast Shape 3. Alright, so we actually do some melee. That's why we might want to do the claw attack thing. Else, we did select something else, right? Feet. Heavy crossbow. There we go. We could use heavy crossbow with you as well. Did I not select something specifically for... Yeah, here we go. Greater spell focus. Choose a school of magic which you already have applied the spell focus feat. Any spells you cast are hard to resist. +1 difficulty class for all saving throws against spells from the school. I don't have a single spell that uses the greater spell focus. Alright, so what we do want to do is actually take this bow... Oh, wait. Do we not have that? Yeah, I think you get to have the heavy crossbow. Wielder assumes the aspect of the falcon, gain competence, perception skill. Bonus on attack rolls. Well, maybe not. Another one says, "Hi, I'm new. What's the stream about?" What is the stream about? Just reading, figuring out how the system finally figuring out this game, how it works. I don't know. I need to figure out what Lindsay should be doing. Lindsay has been... Well, Lindsay has been doing a lot of healing, actually, right? How are you doing today, by the way, Nodrunner? Wait, can't you equip this? Yeah, you can. This one has one enhancement, 2 to 9, instead of 1 to 10. Maybe this... No, the enhancement is counted on the light crossbow. We would want a heavy crossbow instead. Another says a little tired, but I think that's good. Need to go to bed early for a doctor's appointment in the morning. Oh, that's good timing, eh? Good timing. How's the game work going? Also, the doctor's appointment. You want to talk about it? What's going on? If I remember correctly, there is medical lady. No, the mental health lady. There's the psychiatrist. And then there's a doctor. Another says I was working on the music today. Sweet. Were you happy with anything? Were you happy with the music? There's a mental health lady, a therapist, and a general doctor. That's what I thought, yeah. The general doctor, is that's more for physical health? Body and mind? Got a few questions to bring up. Dazzled. What is that? The creature is unable to see well because of overstimulation of the eyes. A dazzled creature takes a -1 penalty to attack rolls and sight-based perception checks. The flare is pretty damn boring, right? Oh, it's dazzled for 1 minute. Spell clouds the mind of a humanoid creature with 4 or fewer hit dice, so that takes no action. Humanoids with 5 or more hit die are not affected. How do I know how many hit die they have? Knows. Notices, like I've been having high blood pressure every time I go to my dentist. They check it, and it's high, and they tell me to tell my doctor. Oh, that doesn't sound good. Says, and it's not just because I'm at the dentist, because then I checked it at home. It was 150 over 100. Man, I don't remember. What do you want to have? What's like standard? Like, is it very high or is it just kind of high? Doesn't matter. I'm talking about the doctor anyways, right? Distance is for 1 minute. Yeah, all of these are pretty boring, right? Do you have a bunch of useful, like Jolt? That's probably a useful cantrip. Maybe I do want to go wizard here. Wait, none of these are... Yeah. None of those are terrible. Let's go... Oh, can't I mess with your hotbar? Not like this. Art.org. Understanding blood pressure reading. Nice! Alright, the only way to know if you have high blood pressure, HBP, or hypertension is to have your blood pressure tested. Understanding your results is key to controlling high blood pressure. Healthy and unhealthy blood pressure ranges. Learn what is considered normal as recommended by the American Heart Association. Alright, normal. And oh, wow. Yeah, high blood pressure, hypertension, stage 2. Do you... Oh, do you have like a thing? Do you have a device for this at home? Or like... How much is the device to check this at home? Yeah, I used to get 120 over 80 and now it's not that, clearly. Yeah. Oh, you do have a device at home. The list that never ends of devices at home, eh? A different type of device, but still. Could be a medication side effect or something. Could be indeed. I kind of want to get one of these devices because sometimes like, do I have a high blood pressure? How the fuck do I know? Well, got a test. 20 over 80, that's pretty good. Systolic and diastolic. Alright, note the diagnosis of high blood pressure must be confirmed with a medical professional. Yeah, exactly. A doctor should evaluate how unusually low blood pressure readings. Oh, any unusually low. Seems like low is... You know what? Let's open that as well. Blood pressure categories. There are 5 categories. Normal, elevated, hypertension. Alright. Elevated, constantly, 120, 29. Less than 80 people with elevated blood pressure is likely to develop high blood pressure. Wait. Oh, right. Elevated is something to care about. Consistently 130, 140 to 80, 89. This stage, high blood pressure doctors are likely to prescribe lifestyle changes and may consider adding blood pressure medication based on your risk of cardiovascular disease. athero something, cardiovascular disease. Heart and lungs, right? Hypertension stage 2. Doctors likely to prescribe a combination of blood pressure medication and lifestyle changes. Exercise, better food. Everyone says we often talk about how it's bad to look stuff up on Google, but this is exactly the kind of information that's useful. Not so you diagnose yourself a high blood pressure, but so you can check at home and know what to look for and when to contact your doctor. Yeah, I feel like this is super useful. Do we often talk about it being bad, looking stuff up on Google? I thought Google was bad because, well, Google is trash. Have we often talked about that? I feel like... I don't know if I agree with that point. And I kind of feel like an organization with heart.org is a pretty... I'm assuming this is a pretty good source. Heart.org. We have like an official Swedish healthcare website where you can look up all of this stuff in Swedish as well, and I feel like that's a pretty good place to check that out. And they just like, it's very similar to this page where it describes this stuff and it tells you, oh, right? Very early on it says, oh, you should go to the doctor, right? It did say that. Yeah. Diagnosis of high blood pressure must be confirmed with a medical professional. That's where it's tricky with medical device. It doesn't matter if you have a perfect score. Oh, medical advice. Oh, on the internet. Oh, it's bad to look up stuff on Google. I mean, I don't know if I agree with that, but I think it's a mistake to diagnose yourself. And, I mean, it's still, you tested yourself. It's still worth considering, right? I like this because it's like, oh, maybe you should consider some lifestyle changes. Even though it is a medication thing. But that's like secondary. Primary is go and see the doctor, right? Yeah. But I see what you're saying. The negative aspect of looking up stuff on Google, if we're talking about medical device advice, is that you might just end up diagnosing yourself and, oh, I have high blood pressure. I'm just gonna go take a walk, eat some more salad. Then it turns out this was like maybe you're suffering from an actual illness that need to be treated, right? Interesting though that like I feel like oh, what's that called again? The diagnosis, right? That this it's interesting that this is what they say, right? If you have hypertension, they won't look into it. No, they would, right? A doctor wouldn't just like, oh, you have some high blood pressure. Yeah, do some exercise, or here, have some blood pressure medication. They would look into it, right? Everyone says the more medical information that a layman knows, the more they'll misinterpret that into whatever. Yes. I was looking for that. not called. It's called the differential diagnosis. Is that what the doctor does? But yeah. It's like the first thing they tell you when you start studying psychology is that, all right, don't fucking ever diagnose you with anything. Or rather, what is going to happen is that you're going to diagnose yourself with everything. And that's just how it's going to look to you. This is not how a diagnosis, that's not how diagnosis works. Like, maybe that's why they don't say anything else here, because layman is like, oh, blood pressure looks like, oh, my, I have cancer or whatever, would be, the layman knows that if you can have high blood pressure, you get that when you have cancer or whatever. I don't know, I'm not a doctor. But then they're gonna look at high blood pressure and say, oh, now I have cancer, because people make that mistake, right? Correlation does not imply causation. And the body is such a complicated device that, sure, some cancers might give you higher blood pressure. Some might not. And one does not necessarily mean that you have cancer, right? That's just like, go to your doctor, always. But having a device like this and knowing this, like you said, oh, shit, I have hypertension stage 1. Maybe, if my device is working, because maybe you have your own test and you screwed the test up, and it turns out that you're fine. But either way, oh, time to go to the doctor. Alright, so here we go. Hypertensive crisis. This stage of high blood pressure requires medical attention. If your blood pressure readings suddenly exceed 180/20, wait 5 minutes and then test your blood pressure again. If your readings are still unusually high, contact your doctor immediately. Could be experience a hypertensive crisis. If your blood pressure is higher than this and you experience signs of possible organ damage such as chest pain, shortness of breath, back pain, numbness, weakness, change in vision, or difficulty speaking, do not wait. See if your pressure comes down on its own, call 911. Wow. Definitely time to go to the doctor. Alright, this is what I've been curious about. 2 numbers. Systolic blood pressure. The first number indicates how much blood pressure is exerting against your artery walls when the heart beats. Systolic indicates how much pressure your blood exerts against your artery walls when the heart resting between beats. Wait. Oh. Fuck. Yeah. First the high number, then the low number. I was kind of guessing this was going to be it, but I wasn't sure. Yeah, because when you have the pump, it's going to be higher. Interesting as well that they do take both. Oh, because there's a balance between the two as well, right? You would imagine that a doctor, right, that... I'm not a doctor. This test is 140/90? Holy fucking shit. That doesn't sound good at all. Well, good thing you're going to the doctor tomorrow. Like, Yeah. Good thing you're going to the doctor tomorrow, indeed. A lot of stuff to be nervous about. Do you get higher blood pressure by stressing out? I feel like TV has told me that, but I don't fucking know. Like, you were mentioning, oh, going to the dentist might, like, that thing might raise your blood. Oh, you're not that nervous? Oh, glad to hear that. I would be. Maybe I wouldn't. Huh. But I wonder if nervousness does increase blood pressure. It feels like it. Right? It feels like your heart is pumping harder and bigger and whatnot. Maybe we'll learn about this stuff. Probably not, though. Which number is more important? Typically, more attention is given to systolic blood pressure, the actual pumping of the heart, because yeah, systolic blood pressure looks at how the heart is doing. You can imply stuff by that, right? While this diastolic, I would assume, is more about the whole blood system itself, but the heart is more important than the veins. Maybe? Oh, I don't think high blood pressure is immediately life-threatening. It's something that can become an issue if you don't see a doctor. Hmm. Yeah. Bad for your heart and your veins. Having high blood pressure. Like, that's what it says, right? How much pressure your blood is exerting against your arteries, I mean. If you have a bunch of pressure, gonna might become a problem, yeah. Right. Which number is more important? They usually care about systolic, major risk factor for cardiovascular disease for people over 50. Right. Yeah, they're actually talking about that. That blood pressure itself, it's just high blood pressure might in the long term become a problem, yeah. Most people's systolic blood pressure rises steadily with age due to the increasing stiffness of large arteries, long-term buildup of plaque, and an increased incidence of cardiac and vascular disease. Yeah. All right. I know my grandfather just had a buildup of plaque, so they had to put a stent in somewhere, and they replaced a heart valve. I cannot remember. I think he got a cow one. Or was it a pig? I don't remember. Pretty damn cool though. You just, oh, we're just gonna grab this valve from this animal here. And then some other people are hopefully gonna eat the rest of the animal so the whole animal doesn't go to waste. Notice this pig probably? Probably, yeah, that's what I've heard. However, either an elevated systolic or an elevated diastolic blood pressure reading may be used to a diagnosis of a high blood pressure. According to recent studies, the risk of death from ischemic heart disease and stroke doubles with every 20 millimeter per hectogram. That's the pressure. You have fuck. I don't know pressure measurements. Also, this is an American website. Why would they use millimeters and grams? That's the metric system. That's what the rest of the world uses. Getting confused. Also, that hectogram, I thought hectogram was a small age. I don't fucking know. All right, white blood pressure's message in, all right, millimeters of mercury. There we go. Oh, mercury. That's the periodic table. Confusing. It is millimeters of mercury. Mercury was used in the first accurate pressure gauges and is still used in medicine today as the standard unit of measurement for pressure. Yeah, quicksilver, mercury. Hg. I'm assuming that's the periodic table for mercury. Do you name it Quicksilver and Mercury as well? We only name it Quicksilver. It's called Quicksilver in Swedish only. Didn't we see a dude who put a bunch of mercury in the toilet? Didn't you recommend a video about that? I remember seeing that. It was pretty funny. Oh, it was formerly named Hydragurum. HG. Would you look at that? It's the inspiration for today. Challenges are 99% entertainment and 1% honorable. And then we have a picture of a marriage. Marriage is a channel, and it's mostly for entertainment, but it's a little bit about being a good person. I don't even know. Double check this. I think it's looking fine. Yeah, I think it should be fine. It bothers me that they don't have proper information, but whatever. Fulgitron tab says makes sense. How is it inspirational? I mean, inspirational is love your spouse, have a good time with your spouse. That's the priority number one. I get the 1% thing. Usually Quicksilver is the terminology used in games. Nodron says, I don't know why Cole Type is so into Inspirabot. I think it's a trash bot with trash inspiration. Your work on stream integration is super cool though. You know what? I think that's the thing, Nodrunner. It is a trash bot with trash inspiration. And it's become a thing, right? Where you try to shoehorn something inspirational into the trash. Now with the pictures instead of the mindfulness mode, I gotta say that, yeah, most of it is trash, but I'm having more fun with it because I'm not seeing the, what's it called? The procedural generation is not as obvious to me anymore. Enderman's trash is Enderman's treasure. Yeah, but this is actual trash, but it's what you make of it. Like, I had a good time playing, what was that game again? The MMO with the animals? Dead something? I had a good time playing that. No man is gonna find that to be a treasure, though. Yeah, Dead Event. Such a trash game. And it was fun thrashing the trash game. Like, oh. There are some games that are trash as well that some people just enjoy playing because of the multiplayer aspect and whatnot. So, yeah, I think it's funny, the Inspirobot thing. And it's a fun exercise as well, looking at the positive side of things, I suppose. Everyone says there is people who claim to like it, but I kind of assume it's just the developer on alt accounts. Yeah. The first thing that popped up in my mind was, well, maybe friends to the developer, but no. No. Probably alt accounts, yeah. Shitty trash game, holy fuck. I love how they don't explain how this works. Millimeters of mercury, like how wide is that? Because the pressure is gonna rise, right? Gotta push the mercury up inside a tube, but how wide is the tube? So I feel like this measurement itself is kind of arbitrary. At the same time, it doesn't feel super arbitrary because the normal is less than 120 and less than 80, so it's about straight down the middle we have the number 100, so that's just a good clean round number, isn't it? Taking your pulse versus checking your blood pressure. While both are an indication of health, blood pressure and heart rate are two separate measurements. Learn more about the difference about heart rate. Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck. Frequency is how often it happens. And what's it called? How big the thing is? How hard it beats. Matter. What about low blood pressure? How low is too low? Within certain limits, the lower your blood pressure reading is, the better. Yeah, there's also a specific number, no specific number, where it's considered too low, as long as none of the symptoms of trouble are present. Oh, interesting. Right. Most doctors will only consider chronically low blood pressure as dangerous if it causes noticeable signs and symptoms such as dizziness or lightheadedness, nausea, fainting, dehydration, and unusual thirst. Dehydration can sometimes cause blood pressure to drop. However, dehydration does not always cause low blood pressure, right? Vomiting, diarrhea, diuretics. Even more inspiration, eh? Hello, Coleman. Try to accept that you are skinny. You know what? That one was actually inspirational, wasn't it? Like, for people who might have problems with the trends towards bulimia, you're not that fat. Pretty skinny, it's fine. I was just gonna say, well, I'm not that skinny, but then, oh, you know what? I am skinny enough. I'm skinny enough. How are you doing today? No one says you're not that fat? That's even worse. I don't know if I agree with that. I am not that fat. Like, don't stress it. It's fine. Fulgitino Tab says, I appreciate the irony of something being unintentionally funny or enjoyable despite its poor quality on sometimes. Here we go. I've started to appreciate it more. Be more positive. by and having inspirational quotes. It's kind of working, isn't it? Lack of concentration. Shit. I was like, oh man. So you can work to lowering your blood pressure a bunch, right? And that's might be good for you, but fuck, I've got one of these symptoms. Blurred vision. Fuck, I've got 2 of the symptoms. Cold, clammy, pale skin. Fuck, I've got 3 of the symptoms. Rapid, shallow breathing. Fuck, I've got 4 of the symptoms. No depression anymore, though. Illnesses, I think something even worse would be, you're a fat tub of lard. I mean, that can also be inspirational, can't it? Oh, you're right, I am a fat tub of lard. I'm to start caring about my health. And maybe lose some weight? Usually not, though, Coleman. That's usually how it is, though. Usually, if you tell a fat person that you're a fat tub of lard, they probably have eating problems, right? And that's gonna make them sad and feel depressed. And if they have an eating problem, you're gonna eat their feelings. I do that sometimes. Eat my feelings. I don't consider myself having an eating problem, but sometimes I eat my feelings. So I can relate. Alright, underlying causes of low blood pressure. Prolonged bed rest. Oh. I just feel validated. My lifestyle choices feels validated here. Prolonged bed rest. Because lowering your blood pressure, in general, considered to be good, right? This is the danger of looking stuff up online, isn't it? Pregnancy. Oh, there we go. I decided not to get pregnant. Was also a good choice, wasn't it? Decreases in blood volume. Yeah, let's not do that. Certain medications, don't do that. Heart problems. I don't think I have any heart problems. And a bunch of other stuff. Allergic reactions lead to lower blood pressure? Sometimes. But yeah, you don't really look for low blood pressure. You look for these, right? If you have a bunch of... Well, I feel like these symptoms are just like life for some people. I've got my glasses. But no, as a symptom, right? Something recurring that happens, that sometimes you get extra blurry vision, then you're gonna go check a doctor. Like, because many of these things can be correlated to low blood pressure, but they are not necessarily... It's more these that are the problem than the actual low blood pressure, if I understand this correctly. Nerd says, if only there was a device that could just tell you your blood pressure. You know what? I'm gonna make a note of that. Maybe buy a device for myself. Bad influence. There we go. They often have them at the store. I have never seen them at the store. Maybe I don't go to the pharmacy very often, though. Go back to where the pharmacy is. They might have blood pressure checkers for public use. I don't think they do. But I'm curious. I'm just gonna look into it. Feels like a nice thing to have, doesn't it? Oh, I still haven't figured out how to deal with these two people. You know what? It doesn't say anything about the jolt increasing in, like, when you level up. It doesn't seem to just be... Yeah, they don't seem to be very useful. I mean, one benefit is, right, against melee. Right, is that... Yeah, look at this. For example, Amiri here has very low AC against touch. So does Valerie. Red does not. Yeah, against the melee targets, we can choose, and against the ranged... Yeah, against like the clerics and whatnot, we can use the bow. So yeah, maybe making Octavia more of the archer is the way to go. Are you at risk for diabetes? There you go. They just have a blood pressure device right there. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I don't think I've ever seen that in Sweden. Maybe, maybe not. Volgetianotype says that the parties answered or posed questions. Well, most of them. Center Parter answered roughly, we did poorly on the elections. People do not want us to be in the government. We stick to the opposition for this parliament. He used more words, of course, but that was the TLDR of it. Oh. That seems like a pretty good answer. I like that answer. It's like, well, fuck you guys. We're not gonna spend any effort doing this because, well, fuck you guys. Pretty much. The bow is just gonna get better and better. Might actually want to take a wizard level to get some more spell slots, because I assume you get more spell slots if you pick wizard, right? Uh, 4 and 3, right? And instead of right now... Yeah, right now I've just got 3 of these. I get another, I get a 4th, maybe. Or if it's favorite school, it has to be 1. Maybe I already have 4. Oh man, this is difficult to read. Yeah, 4 level 1 spells. 3 level 2 spells. Interesting. While the rogue would give me evasion. Slow reactions is good. Oh, no, that's what we have already. We get another sneak attack, which is pretty damn neat. Finesse weapons doesn't really help me. It's pretty much only the sneak attack. I want to go... Let's go wizard first. Yesterday I decided rogue, so today I'm gonna decide wizard. Did you look into the answers called Get In on Tap, or don't you care? I probably wouldn't. Well, Get In on Tap says they... 23 members out of the 200, and we're the fourth biggest party. It's not even that bad a result. Sure, it was 1916 the last time they had this bad of a result, but I think they've grown accustomed to a certain amount of entitlement due to being the big party for so long. Yeah. Imagine. Catch an opponent where they are unable to defend themselves. The thing, though, with sneak attack, we're gonna get a bunch of sneak attack on the spell casting. The arrow might not be the greatest for that. We end up in a situation where it's like, eh. Oh, but that's why we want the wizard, because we want You know what? We want more spells. Yeah. Let's do the wizard. Or see at least what spells we have to choose. Alright, we're definitely gonna have stealth. And mobility. I don't even know what mobility is good for. Gonna have knowledge of arcana. Yes. Oh, that was it? Stealth, mobility, and arcana. Wait, what just happened? Did I only have 4? I thought I had 5 points. Oh, that's fine. Does not stack, so we already have spell focus. We don't have to care about that. We don't have to stick with transmutation here. Like, if we want an offensive spell, offensive transmutation doesn't super work. What about precise shot, though? You can shoot or throw a ranged weapon at opponents engaged in melee without taking the standard -4 penalty on your attack roll. Oh, in melee with you, I'm assuming. We also have the accomplished sneak attacker. Your number of sneak attacks dice cannot exceed half your character level. Round it up. Well, that's fine. Yeah, I think accomplished sneak attacker is what we're going for. So weird that you get sneak attack spell attacks. That's pretty fucking neat. Right, here we go. Too bad all the transmutation. We have web here. That's the only offensive one. Alright, so what does web do with a long range? Standard action. Web creates a many layered mass of strong, sticky strands. Strands trap those caught. Oh, we've seen webs before. We could just stick melee stuff in here. Well, all the transmutation are pretty boring, aren't they? These are just buffs. Nothing offensive at all. Right, what do we have? What is this? +4 constitution, +4 strength. Oh, wow. I wonder if we can cast that on ourselves, give us some dexterity. Pretty neat, I suppose. Full Guitar on Tap says on 2015 they had 49. And 2019, 31 members. Oof. They were in government in both parties. I guess maybe they extrapolated into the future that if they go to the government again, they would become a small party. Yeah. Got a bunch of other stuff here. Oh, wait, what is this? Oh, we do have transmutate. Oh. Oh. We can choose level 1 spells instead of level 2 spells if we want to. I guess Stone Fist. Thing is, transforms your hand to the living stone while this spell is in effect. Wait. Oh, that was something else. Your unarmed strike do not provoke attacks of opportunity and deal bludgeoning damage. I don't think we're gonna go down to level 1 spells here. 1 round per level. Also 1 round per level. All creatures take AoE damage. We already can sense vitals, so we don't need that. The invisibility. Seems like it could be useful. Mirror image could also be useful. Maybe invisibility is even better for sneak attacks. Got hideous laughter here again. I don't think so though. Glitter dust, frigid touch, burning arc, blur. Alright, so we're going for buffs here. That's what we're going for, it seems. Which makes one of my... I mean, this could be useful. Duration's 1 minute per level. It's just gonna stay around forever. I mean, if we have melee characters, we can just... Like, if we have melee enemies... and we get a bunch of melee enemies and we manage to hit with this web. Like, oh, you guys are stuck there now. Yeah. You do all kinds of traps, right? You guys are just stuck there now for 5 minutes. Coleman says, anyway, Cider. Anyway, Coleman. Thing is that I get stuck there in there as well. That is super fucking annoying. Yeah, I got stuck in a web before and it fucking sucks. I feel like these buffs are pretty fucking good. +4. And since we are a transmutation wizard, just super fucking buff ourselves. Coleman says, I finished the 7th tall tale. Oh, 7th? Only one more tall tale and I can do the Shores of Gold tall tale. Oh, there's like a storyline to them, is that it, Coleman? Oh, pretty neat. I mean, I could put Cat's Grace on myself and on Lindsay, right? Maybe even Charisma on Lindsay. I mean, we already make a Mary large. Could put some wisdom on my character. Bowman says you're basically seeking the stones for the totem that you find in the first tall tale. Oh, so basically Thanos and the Infinity Gauntlet. Oh, time to do the snap, eh? Good times. Hello, Moonpie Dumplings. Nice to see you again. How are you doing today? Wow, you're a happy NixOS user? Yes, you are. Your copium title. It was actually a reference to when Node Runner was having a conversation with Bing, I think, about NixOS, and Bing, or Sydney, told Node Runner that, oh, you are a happy NixOS user. But yeah, copium title. Actually, since I switched back, I haven't really had any... I haven't had any issues. I haven't worked on it, so I guess that's why. I haven't needed to do anything on the computer. Moonpie Dumpling says, I would be a happy NixOS user if my damn laptop didn't have so many proprietary bits. Gross. Anyways, this is Coleman. Is the story good? Maybe no spoilers. Coleman says, I'm feeling more and more by each day to make a Team Fortress 2 map for some reason. Oh, you should do it. You play some Team Fortress 2? I don't remember hearing you talk about that before, but maybe that's just my bad memory. We shall see if this inspiration turns into anything or just fades away, says Coleman. Moonpie Dumplings says, make it using Nix, and I don't mean the OS. Declaratively configure the map. Coleman says the story is alright. Moonpie Dumplings answer, yeah, the Team Fortress 2 story is pretty lacking. Coleman was talking about the Sea of Thieves story. Was there a story in Team Fortress 2? That wasn't in the actual game, right? It was a story told through trailers and whatnot. I feel like I recently just saw a video about they summarized the story. The trailers and the comics. Right, yeah. Where did I see that? Oh! Didn't you recommend that video, Coleman? Maybe that's why you've been thinking about Team Fortress 2. What video was that? I don't even fucking remember. Memory like a fucking goldfish. This is an annoying choice. There are so many choices here. I think since I have 3 dexterity... 3 dex characters, maybe Cat's Grace. You know what? It is a target spell as well, so casting dexterity on yourself, starting shooting arrows might be a good idea. Actually, I need to do... I need to see how dexterity works. What do you get from dexterity here? Dexterity measures agility, reflex, balance, most important ability for rogues, but it's also useful for characters who wear light or medium armor or no armor at all. Vital for characters excel with ranged weapons such as bow or sling. I've got 2 bow characters, right? Character with dexterity of 0 is incapable of moving and is effectively immobile but not unconscious. Right. Ranged attack rolls, including those attacks made with bows, crossbows, throwing axes, and many ranged spell attacks like Scorching Ray or Searing Light. Good to know. Armor class. The react thing. Reflex saving throws for avoiding fireballs. Mobility, trickery, stealth, skill checks. Initiative checks. I feel like the ranged attack roll. Oh yeah. We can turn ourselves, right? When we use that other spell. Where was it? I've already picked that other spell, right? When we use Hurricane Bow. Oh, yeah. Hurricane Bow makes the bow deals more damage. And then Cat's Grace makes sure that we actually hit with the bow. So we buff ourselves, and we can give other people Cat's Grace if we wanted to as well. I'm actually considering wisdom here. Maybe, I don't even know. In Padamplix says, anyway, I finally bought a server, or at least my dad did. Oh, I hope it's gonna be everything that you need and want it to be. Hope you're gonna be happy with your purchase, yeah. Comment says, I only understood the first sentence, the other half was just a bunch of random noises. Yeah, I was just doing a bunch of random... Wait. What was a bunch of random noises? I probably did a bunch of random noises, it's fine. Talking out of my ass. I'm feeling very confused today. It's confused in general. I haven't slept properly for a little bit, I suppose. Moonpie Dumpling says $288 for 2 Intel Xeon E5 things with 32 gigabytes of RAM. We'll upgrade it with more RAM, a hard drive SSD, and a GPU for machine learning. There you go. And I think I can fit the whole thing into this $700 my dad's given me for my birthday. Nice. It would be really funny if I created a device more powerful than my 2000 at the time gaming PC for $700. That would be pretty neat, wouldn't it? Confusion McDread, that's my name. Thomas says, but yeah, the story of Sea of Thieves is good, although the first few tall tales are literally go to the other corner of the map just because. Not a lot of puzzles or fighting, just mostly sailing to one corner of the map, fight 3 skeletons. And those 3 skeletons gives you the location of the second group of 3 skeletons to fight again, and then you get the location of the puzzle and stuff like that. Can you do the whole thing solo? Or will the fighting and stuff just be... Oh, you can do the whole thing solo. Do web. This duration 1 round plus 1 round per 3 levels. Acid arrow. That seems like funny. An arrow of acid springs from your hand and speeds to its target. You must succeed on a ranged touch attack. Yeah, ranged touch. We like those. The arrow deals 2d4 points of acid damage with no splash damage. For every 3 caster levels you possess, the acid, unless neutralized, lasts for another round. For caster levels, though, not levels. Caster levels. Spell causes an arc of flame to leap from your fingers, burning 1 enemy nearby plus 1 additional enemy. What that? Rigid touch. Tales are just my solo. I have no idea what to do, and no streamers are online kind of deal. Sooner or later, you're gonna finish with all of them. About this molten orb here. Red hot ball of molten metal that you hurl as a splash weapon. Direct hit deals 2d6 fire damage to each creature within 5 feet of where the ball hits. I mean, we do need fucking AoE when we run into those fuckers. We don't have really any good AoE spells. Part of me is a little bit disappointed in these. Do like the Cat's Grace is a pretty fantastic spell, but also kind of boring. Coleman says, once I finish the Shores of Gold, there are just 2 smaller tall tales that don't follow any sort of order of completion, and that's it. Are they adding more tall tales over time, or like when they work on the game, is that not what they're doing? About down here. Touch range. Bumbling Clown. Penalty, dexterity penalty. The level 1 spells? I don't think so. What about True Strike? No. What about the small elemental? Could go conjuration, right? That would be glitter dust. More buffs, more buffs. These spells are already available to other people. Could do intelligence. No, that would be charisma. I don't even know. Common says they mostly spend their time doing time-limited events that you cannot replay again. A big chunk of the late-stage lore is just, well, should have played these specific weeks, lol. I'm assuming they, like many of these games, put those on a rotation though, right? That it becomes an event that is a recurring event that shows up from time to time? No? Cannot play it again. Fuck you, lol. That seems like a missed opportunity. What? Like, what's the point of this? Give 20% mischance to myself. What about invisibility? I don't think invisible is gonna be very useful. Might just give myself mirror image so we have proper mirror image on our back line here. Yeah, when we get attacked from the behind. Maybe. Alright, we can summon... here we go. Summon small elemental. This spell summons to your side a small fire, water, air, or earth elemental. The summoned elemental appears where you designate and acts according to its initiative checks. It attacks your opponents to the best of its ability. This one is extraplanar wolf or 1d3 extraplanar dogs. I do like summoning stuff, and it also, right, it helps me with tanking and whatnot. You know what? The 3 wolves would be fucking great for the sneak attacks now that I think of it. Yeah, if I summon a bunch of wolves, they are gonna surround a person, which means they are gonna be flanked, which is gonna give me sneak attack. Ah, you know what? We're gonna go with the summon monster thing. That's fine. Yeah, because we're an accomplished sneak attacker. Boom. It took a while making these choices. And You're gonna get this bow, yeah. You're definitely gonna get this bow. Here you go. I should have picked that feat for myself, perhaps. There you go. And here you go. Boom. That gives you even more buffs. So many buffs. I don't insist that Sea of Thieves is full of stuff like that. Stuff that happens once and never again. It's so weird. They should either do cutscenes or allow you to play through them in the parts which mostly mirror Tall Tales, says Coleman, right? Yeah. Nodron says, I think I'm boycotting Magic the Gathering at this point. I'm tired of their bullshit. Yeah, fucking bullshit, man. Wait. Boy, yeah. Don't buy stuff. Do you often play Magic the Gathering with friends or whatnot? I didn't know that. You were a Magic player. You can still play the game, right? It's pretty easy, right? It's just pieces of paper with print on them. Wizards of the Coast. Lots of bullshit. Promises, but knowing Rare, I don't think they will start bringing that stuff in. That's too bad. That isn't a bow, this is a crossbow. No, this is a bow. That's a crossbow. This is a crossbow. This is a savage bow. Composite longbow. Yeah, they sent... Nodonor says that they sent thugs after some dude for buying Magic the Gathering cards before they were supposed to be released. Why didn't they send thugs after the fuck who gave them to him? The fuck? I mean... Were they a fuck? There was just a store who was buying Magic cards. They got Magic cards and they sold them. That's what happened. Right? Is that a fuck thing? I don't even know. Colgitinotab says that would have been a little better, but sending armed thugs after anyone is fucked up. Then why, says Coleman? Then... why... what? You know what? It's fine. Let's use the heavy crossbow. Why did they send thugs after the guy instead of like removing their cards from the store, which gave the pre-release card to a random guy? I think the dude made a YouTube video, right? Yeah, the dude made a YouTube video showing off the cards, and that's why they sent the thugs after the guy. And maybe they didn't know who was selling, and maybe the thugs did go after the person who was selling the cards afterwards. Maybe something like that. Colgitinotab says they did not send the thugs there because the cards were not there anymore. Oh man. Nodona says apparently the unreleased set has a similar name to a released set, so it's possible that the store got it by mistake, sold it, and the dude made a YouTube video about the cards. Oh, I see, yeah. Colgitinotab says retrieving cards from where they are not anymore impossible. Yeah, exactly. That is very impossible. However, the whole business model, right? That's something I feel like we've learned with all these loot box bullshit. These were one of the first loot boxes, right? They artificially create scarcity of a couple of cards to increase the value of the cards and kind of just manipulate the market of Magic cards. The whole thing is not very open source. The whole thing is very just keeping all the stuff proprietary, and that's how it gets its value, by its rarity. Well, the best way to do magic is to have a official rule set, but you can have unofficial cards, right? That are balanced or whatnot. And just a fucking printer. That's what you need. You need like a PDF or a JPEG or whatever, and a fucking printer. That's what you need to get Magic the Gathering cards. And I would tell you, they are so much cheaper that way, aren't they? So much cheaper. Oh, PNG, I'm sorry. Common says, why would the store just randomly have unreleased sets just lying around? The Node Runner's previous thing, maybe. It would be difficult or, yeah, impossible or difficult. Common says the OG loot boxes before Team Fortress 2 boxes, right? Why don't you like JPEGs? Are PNGs just better, or are we doing jives? I don't remember. Another says, okay, I'm going to start asking questions. Why not offer the player a cash reward to take the cards back? Because he did nothing illegal. He bought cards, they were his property, right? Yeah. Alright. Why not, as a follow-up, why even go after the cards anyway, right? Isn't this what they like to do? Oh, right, we have the rarest cards here ever, right? This dude got them by mistake, and that's fine. Like, why even go after the cards at all? I don't even... But yeah, if they really wanted them back, sure. We're gonna buy them back from you with triple or quadruple the price. That's not gonna be a lot of money for Wizards of the Coast. Well, Gideon Tab says some stores hold pre-releases, so they kind of need to have them before the release. Common says, I'm saying that if it was so important that they send thugs after that guy, then why have them there at all, honestly? Oh, it was probably a mistake, right? It had the similar name to another set. So the set just someone made an error in sorting, right? Perhaps. Lauren says I wouldn't argue what they want. Yeah, they want what they want. That's true. And they went about risking the life of one of their fans is pretty disgusting. They are pretty disgusting. Because of what they want. Well, no, not really. You're right. Methodology is worse than the wants. Both things are pretty disgusting. And it exemplifies, right? It's not only this one thing, right? It exemplifies what type of business you're dealing with. Trash business. Alright, I need to... Before we rest, we do need to around with the sleep thing. Do we go straight to the trading post? Or do we go to the endless plains over here? You know what? Let's go straight to the trading post. We can go to the endless plains later. So when everybody gets tired...
Need to catch my breath.
Alright. Cancel. Oh, shit, stop. We are gonna go to our spellbooks, and we're gonna mess around with our spellbooks. Wait, didn't you not get... So let's not get this snowball here. Oh, we just take... do we take double hurricane bow? Actually, first, what's our damage here? This is a composite longbow, so it's a 1d8. And that's the example one. Instead of 1d8, we do 2d6. Pretty neat. What is this, maybe? Colgate Dinotap says... Sounded quite positive about people who send armed thugs after him in his video. I wonder if he still had armed guns around threatening his family when he was doing that video. Right. Or perhaps it was just Stockholm Syndrome. I think it's Stockholm Syndrome, yeah. Thomas says this shit reminds me of the time when a pre-release No Man's Sky copy got sold on eBay for like 1.3 thousand. $1,300? That's a lot of money. Oh man. Oh man. They also send armed thugs? Don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so either. I think we are going to keep the color spray, but not the snowball. Instead, we're going to put an extra hurricane bow. Yeah, I think that's what we're going for. Hurricane bow, and we can do actually, let's just, for the sake of my own sanity, my favorite is the hurricane bow. That's the level 1 skill that we're going to be using. We have mage armor here as well. Bonus to AC, that's pretty cool. Vanish and whatnot. But no, we're going to do a hurricane bow. It's so weird. It was terrible. I was upgrading transmutation, and upgrading transmutation doesn't do anything. What are you, illusion? Maybe we should do conjuration. The favorite. But it's not going to do a 1 hour we get +4 armor bonus to AC. That's pretty cool. No. Right. Here we have a Cat's Grace. We have a Summon Monster. And we have another Cat's Grace. Learn that enlarged person is useful. Casting spells on a Mary pose. I want meta magic. Shit, that took sneak attack. I was gonna look for meta magic. Oh well, what a... That's fine. That's fine. Almost says Sony did send armed thugs after that guy, but it did... They did for some pieces of cardboard. Wait, Sony? Oh, Sony didn't. Ah, there we go. But Magic the Gathering did for some pieces of cardboard. Yes, exactly. Nora says, I see it like a corporate dystopia unraveling before our eyes. Companies sending a private military after random dude because he bought a game too early. If it was a movie, you wouldn't believe it. Over a game? So unrealistic, right? You know what? I'm with you. I kinda regret, because I've heard stuff. Because I bought some of the Dungeons and Dragons books. I bought a couple of Dungeon and Dragon books, and the more I hear about Wizards of the Coast, I'm just like... Kinda regret spending that money. I really liked the books. Yeah, good books. Enjoyable books. High quality and all that jazz. But I do kind of regret my decision. Thomas is the Wizard of the West or whatever. Nice. Whatever they're called, pulled a very Nintendo move, right? Very Nintendo move. Thomas says, I can honestly see Nintendo sending armed thugs after someone because someone... somehow they hacked their game. Oh, well, no. You see them send that after someone who didn't purchase a game that is no longer purchasable. That would be Nintendo, right? Oh, gross. Fulgitino Tab says classic cartoon villain. Could be so much worse though, Runner. Thinking about corporate dystopia. I mean, it is shit and pretty fucking awful. Could be worse. Could still be using Windows. Or, yeah. No, but there are worse places in the world where if you do some slight like that, fucking kill you instead or put you in prison or whatever. But yeah, it's pretty fucked up that, like that dude said, that the Pinkertons are always in a state of being sued all the time, everywhere. Pretty awful. Thomas says, would be very tame compared to suing someone for $14.5 million. That is pretty tame, yeah. Speaking of D&Ds, it's called Tap. Did you hear about their plan to pull a fast one with OGL? I did hear about that, yeah. Did hear about that. Fucking bullshit, man. Open gaming license. There's a license that allow people to just make their own shit, right? There are so many, you can make your own classes and whatnot for D&D and whatever, right? And then there's full infrastructures of people just making their own shit. And Wizards of the West, the coast, they want money, they want all the money, so they want to fuck up that license because holy shit, we gave an open license to people, that's just unacceptable, we need to close this shit down, because that's Wizards of the Coast in a nutshell. I have no idea how that ended up going. I'm pretty sure they failed, right? Because they would be in violation of the original license. Maybe, I don't even know. Oh, how long ago was this? This was January 2023. I feel like they probably just... Oh, wait. Polygon, that's a good source, right? Very trustworthy. Here we go. D&D won't change to OGL, handing fans and the third-party publishers a massive victory. Hasbro and Wizard of the Coast plays the game under Creative Commons. Wait, what is this? Wait, what is this? Dungeons & Dragons publisher Wizard of the Coast will abandon attempts to alter the open gaming license. The announcement made Friday comes after weeks of virulent anger from fans and third-party publishers caused the story to take international headlines and on the eve of a high-profile movie starring Chris Pine. Alright. The OGL was developed and refined in the lead up to D&D's 3rd edition, and a version of it has been in place for more than 20 years. It provides a legal framework for which people have been able to build their own tabletop RPGs alongside the Hasbro-owned brand. It also has shit, I can't pronounce that. Boyd. Fuck, I can't pronounce it. It has lifted up the entire role-playing game industry, giving rise to popular products from ISO, Kobold, Press, and many individual creators. Actually, the game I'm playing right now is probably only possible because of the OGL. Yeah, Pathfinder is not Dungeons and Dragons, but it is like separately developed, I think. Void. Oh, lift it up, that's how you pronounce that. Or they're planning to shut that down by just updating the license, yeah. Well, this is good fucking luck, honestly. They will hide Reddit posts, Twitter DMs, and other shit. Yeah, exactly, right? But if they do the Nintendo stuff, right, Coleman, it gives them legal justification for sending thugs after people. Right? Even though people are hiding in Reddit posts and Twitter DMs and other shit. When they find them, like, this dude was found on YouTube, right? This dude made a YouTube video and they send thugs after him. That's what they want to do. That's the type of thing they are doing. But the proposed changes to the OGL leaked to and first reported by IO9 on January 5th. Seems like they would create an adversarial relationship between Wizard and its community. Yeah, Wizards are really doing that. Creating an adversarial relationship. They're doing a good job of doing that. The story has since made headlines around the world, including nearly 10-minute segment in NPR. I don't know who that is. CNBC writes up and everything. January 19th, D&D's new executive, Kyle Dick. Oh, it says Kyle Brink, sorry. Issued a full-throated apology. Yeah. Sharp contrast to the petulant responses published in an unsigned post earlier this month. Probably full-throated. It's gonna be corporal speech, isn't it? Full-throated. Yeah, it's deep-throated, indeed. Ayo? Wait, are we talking about... Oh. Nodor says if the game can be under a free license, that means you can play it for free using public materials. Yeah, that sounds great. And also, I don't think you should regret your purchase. You couldn't have known the future. Yeah. Thank you, that's very kind of you, Nodor, helping out like that. Regret is something that is very good to leave in the past. Quite happy with that one, isn't it? Yeah, it's a pretty good one. You should leave all the regret in the past. I didn't know. And I should be happy because they are pretty nice books. They're pretty nice books, and oh man, that reminds me of the conversation about something that happens in the future soiling something from the past. Like the Wheel of Time. And yeah, that type of regret and ruining something in the past, that's something to overcome as a person, isn't it? And oh man, I hope a 3-year license. Game of Thrones Season 8? Exactly. Colgate Tab says if they had any legal leg to stand on, they would be sending police, not Pinkertons. Oh, the police? The thing, even if they did have a legal leg to stand on, right? That would be even more dystopian. They could send the police would just be, we don't fucking care, we have better things to deal with. I hope. I hope. Brink also released a new OGL, dubbed OGL 1.2, and request for fan feedback. Yeah. Feedback window was expected to close on February 3rd, with the rounds of revision to follow. It appears that whatever the feedback they received in the last few days from more than 15,000 fans was enough to short-circuit that process. When you give us the play test feedback, we take it seriously, Brink. We take it seriously. What is this? Going forward, the OGL 1.0a, the existing OGL that Wizard has thought to revoke, will not be changed. But the publisher is going to go even further by making D&D more explicitly open than ever before. I mean, if this is true, Polygon is to be trusted. Isn't this fucking fantastic? Yeah, the system reference document, literally a subsection of the published rules and lore of D&D, will be moved to a Creative Commons license. Pretty fucking sweet. I mean, today you can play the game completely. There is this pretty well developed app called D&D Beyond. Those are it's a pretty shit company as well, but they do have a minimal rule set and all the stuff in the app that you need to play the game. And then the only problem is that you cannot add outside things to the game. Can't import it, you have to add it manually. Which you can do, right? You can add a bunch of stuff manually by typing it in by hand. That's a lot of work. Man, hopefully, someone might, with this Creative Commons and stuff, someone might create a free and open source app that can just import via computer and whatnot. Oh, if that's not already a thing, it probably will be. Oh, this is literally 1984? I don't even know that. Tab says wizardsofstupid.com experience weeds them is pretty funny in that. Wizard of Stupid. Oh, here we go. Be warned, this game is unfinished and far from its final form. Bells coming soon. All this JavaScript and always wanting JavaScript for everything. Alright, stupid rulebook. Cookies from Google? Fuck this website. I don't care. I'm reading something else. JavaScript. You just throw shade at my Swedish accent. Will not be changed. Creative Commons. Creative Commons is a non-profit organization. By its own description, helps overcome legal obstacles to the sharing of knowledge and creativity to address the world's most pressing challenges. This Creative Commons license makes the content freely available for us. Being said, we don't control that license and cannot alter or revoke it. Exactly. It's open and irrevocable. In ways that doesn't require you to take our word for it. Exactly. And its openness means that there is no need for a VTT policy. Placing the SRD under Creative Commons is a one-way door. There's no going back. Fortunately, the damage may already be done. People have taken to social media behind the OpenD hashtag. Nice. With many publicly committing to no longer supporting what was once considered the world's most popular tabletop role-playing game. Other publishers have also stepped forward, including a coalition of developers in Europe and others in the United States. Yeah, I feel like this whole tabletop role-playing game, the D&D system and whatnot, a lot of these systems should be opened up and rule set and be highly customizable. Because if I understand correctly, most people play with house rules anyways, right? Make their own rules and classes and stuff like that. Almost says no. Alright, the sudden distaste for the brand have a noticeable impact on the success of an honor amongst thieves. Oh, look at that. May have a noticeable impact on the movie. Hasn't yet. Yeah, it's like when you learn this basis, like when you learn the basic rule set, a dungeon master and whatnot, you can just kind of use that as baseline to just make your own. I would imagine that this document, right, the system's reference document or whatever, or the rules and lore could be, like, if we draw a likeness, it could be likened to the kernel, right? And you can build whatever distro you want on top of a kernel like this. Someone says, did it say what I think at the bottom? Wait, what did it say? Chris Cox? Wait, how did I miss that? The CEO, Chris Cox? Oh, below the comments. Your biggest honkai? 8 things before honkai? What is honkai? I don't know what that is. But that too, right? Chris Cox, what a name. It's not even an X in the spelling. Wilkington Sap says I posted it to Discord. Oh, speaking of Discord. Oh, I'm gonna answer this message immediately. Give me a moment here. I think so. I'm actually surprised. What? 1, 2, 3 weeks from now? I thought it said hentai. Oh yeah, a little bit. I thought so as well, but it doesn't. You know what? No, I want to spend some time answering that. I haven't heard from that dude in a year. He wanted to make plans to meet up. Maybe play some video games and whatnot. Comments is nice? Yeah, very nice. I'm looking forward to it. Gonna be a good time. Start a conversation, do some socializing. Right, we're checking spells. That's what we're doing. Got sidetracked by hating on Wizards of Stupid. Oh, right, that's the Discord thing. I don't know why I was looking at the phone. Right. One of the most efficient and straightforward ways to earn XW in Wizard of Stupid is to grow, harvest, and sell crops. Oh, I see. Spend time in the garden growing a plant that is well loved by many throughout the world. Oh, hops, right? Because you have to have that. Otherwise that's illegal. Crops are attached to places. Each unique place can have crops. You must be in that location to... I feel like Wizard of Stupid just kind of takes away my seriousness of reading this stuff. Experience weeds. One crop is harvested into one finished weed product, which may then be added to a player's equipment or their inventory in order to sell for either in-game currency or for experience weeds. Must be equipment in order to be sold. Bad crops, a player will roll a 1d100 to determine how many crops they may add. To harvest crops, a player must wait for at least one full day. So it's like a farming simulator game, tabletop RPG. You grow weed and you sell weed. That's the role-playing game. Well, each their own. To each their own. Mage Armor is a pretty fucking good spell, but we only have 3 slots. Wait, wasn't I gonna get 4 slots when leveling up? Thought I was gonna get 4 slots. Guess not. Maybe we need to rest before we get the last slot. You know what? It's fine. I think Mage Armor is probably more useful than Color Spray. Like, overall. Color Spray is a pretty neat fucking spell, though, but... it's an illusion spell, and I'm definitely not gonna get good illusion spells. So let's do Mage Armor, it's fine. Alright, you don't have any spells. You have some spells. Holy shit, so many spells to set up. Alright, you're just fine. Over here. Olgitin Tab says, I think it's a jab at how bad XP system at D&D is, and they just make it as absurd and complicated as possible because players are going to use milestones leveling anyways. Right? Yeah. I mean, I think you could make your own XP system and have fun playing that if you like watching numbers grow, but I would probably go with a milestone and just say, like, as a game master, I would probably think that, oh, we've played for a bit, we had a cool thing that happened, let's level up. Just arbitrarily. Alright, so, Burning Hands. Fuck. Maybe not. We are gonna go... subject gains a deflection bonus to AC under protection from evil. Oh. Oh, Shield of Faith. Here we go. Oh, that's also deflection. Wait, why is protection of evil, like... isn't protection of evil better? +2 deflection, +2 resistance and bonus saves. Oh. No. Deflects attacks. This spell grants the subject +2 deflection bonus to AC with an additional +1 for every 6 level you have. Alright, so Shield of Faith is gonna be better, maybe? I do like Bless, though. Yeah, this is a morale bonus attack. Saving throws against fear effects. Maybe? Oh, but we have Abjuration, right? Actually, let's check your character. I feel like I'm learning how this starts working. Selective channel. When you channel positive energy to heal the living or channel negative energy to heal the undead, you do not affect enemies. Oh. That's... I see. It works like that because we have a thing. That's why it doesn't heal others, only our party. Channel 2 extra energy per day. Metamagic Extend spell. You can make your spells last twice as long. Benefit: an extended spell lasts twice as long as normal. A spell with a duration of concentration, instantaneous or permanent, is not affected by this. The Die Hard. Channel positive energy. That's a great fucking thing. Domain Mastery. Here we go. At first level, when an ecclesiastic chooses his cleric domains, he designates one as his primary domain. Yeah, so we do have a primary domain. Can use non-domain slots to prepare spells from his primary domains list. Each day when he prepares spells, an ecclesiastic can select a different domain granted by his deity to gain access to that domain's spell list instead. Wait, what the fuck? So I can... we have the healing domain. Wait. I'm so confused. very confused. That's the healing domain. Domain mastery. Need to read that again. Another one says heading to bed. Have a good one. Yeah. Hope everything goes well with the doctor tomorrow. Sleep well. Have a good one. Good one. Volgatino Tab says sheer ridiculousness of a crop system would be a fun curiosity to try out at least once, and maybe overall use it rarely to play around with it a little bit, while mostly sticking to milestone leveling. You could do that. Yeah, like in a campaign. Oh, right. Now we're gonna spend a year setting up a farm. I don't even know. At first level, chooses cleric domains. He designates one as his primary domain and one as his secondary domain. And uses non-domain spell slots to prepare spells from his primary domain spell list. Each day when he prepares his spells, and he can select a different domain granted by his deity to gain access to that domain's spell list instead of his secondary domain's spell list. He does not lose access to his actual secondary domain's granted powers or gain access to other domains' granted powers. I don't understand this at all. Like, at all. Wait, are you charisma? I thought you were wisdom. Whenever you channel positive to heal. Yeah, that was collective channel. Extra channel. Die hard. Alright, what do we have? Chosen of Sarenrae. Okay, go. Domain selection. Divine caster to deity influences their alignment, what magic they can perform. You know what? Whatever. Whatever. Let's just pick a few spells that we like. I do like Bless. Maybe we should have 2 Blesses. I'm assuming that we cannot put Bless here. Yeah. We have to pick one of these to put in the domain slot. And the... Maybe we should keep Burning Hands. Someone needs AoE spells, right? All enemies within 30-foot burst centered on the caster will negate. Bane fills your -1 penalty on attack rolls, -1 penalty on saving throws against fear effects. Bane counters and dispels Bless. Bless makes me hit, Bane makes them miss. We have 1 minute. All upon the strength and wisdom of deity you gain +1 luck bonus on attack and weapon damage rolls. Don't care about that. Doom. This fills the subject with a feeling of horrible dread, causes it to become shaken. For 1 minute. Will negate. Fire belly. Remove fear. Oh, all allies within a 30-foot burst centered on the target creature with close range. Instill courage in the subject, granting it a +4 morale bonus against fear effects for 10 minutes. Oh, so it doesn't actually remove fear. It's called remove fear. Colgitino Tap says, I was thinking about this Pinkerton case. That if this poor fella who got raided takes legal action, it would be against the Pinkertons. Would it be against the Pinkertons or Wizards? I think it would be rather easy for Wizards to point a finger at Pinkerton and wash away their own hands from the issue. Yeah, that's what we were... that's what I was hearing yesterday, that the Pinkertons is always in the court, all over the place, because people are suing them because they are doing a bunch of stuff that is just fucking bullshit. Right, so what was this healing domain thing? Your touch staves off pain and death, and your healing magic is particularly vital and potent. You can touch a living creature as a standard action, healing it for 1d4. When you gain this domain, you can use this ability on a creature that is below... Yeah, you can only use it on someone who's below 1 hit point. Healer's Blessing. At 6th level, all of your cure spells are treated as if they were empowered. Increasing the amount of damage healed. Yeah, so we're going to be a healer. That's it. Yeah, we're going to be healing, healing, healing. What about removing sickness? Cure healing. What about the Fairy Fire? Hell grows, surrounds, and outlines the subjects. Outlined subjects shed light as candles. Creatures outlined by Fairy Fire take a -20 penalty on stealth checks. Do not benefit from concealment. Ah, that doesn't seem very useful. So I think we're going to add another Cure Light Wounds. And maybe another Cure Light Wounds. Bless is only offense. But this is just created by evil creatures. We're not always fighting evil creatures. So yeah, Shield of Faith is probably better. Continuum Temp says, how are they still allowed to do their bullshit? Right? What the fuck? Some bullshit trickery, probably. I mean, since we do want more healing spells on this person, which means it was a mistake maybe taking a heals on Lindsay. Lindsay doesn't need to do healing. Also, Burning Hands would hit my own friends as well. I think we are gonna take Shield of Faith, though. To help with tanking. Don't need 2 Shield of Faith. Stunning Barrier. Ray of Sickness. Remove fear. Protection from alignment. Light Inflict Wounds. Maybe another Light Cure Wounds. Maybe that's what we're doing. Just fucking healing all over the place. Or another Bless. Or a Bane. Centered on the caster, though. 30-foot burst? No. Go with... Go with a secondary Bless here. 2 blesses, 2 heals, and a shield of faith. Good. Have 2 heals here. Is this lesser restoration? Dispels temporary magical effects. Doesn't remove permanent effects. Cures points of temporary ability damage. Lesser restoration seems pretty neat. Bless weapon for 1 minute. This transmutation makes a weapon strike true against evil foes. Always against the evil, eh? Have see invisibility. That might actually be useful. But I like lesser restoration. Curses and diseases. Oh yeah. Oh, it does not remove permanent effects like curses and diseases. It removes everything else. Wonder fear is not a magical effect though. Blast your enemies with searing beam of fire. You may fire 1 ray plus an additional ray for each levels beyond. Might just do Scorching Ray here. Yeah. Aid. Roll bonus on attack rolls and saves against fear effects. Wait, isn't this just bless? Oh, plus temporary hit points. Well, Genotype says they're kind of like Yakuza, but nobody would call Yakuza a detective agency. I mean, kind of a little bit, but at the same time, maybe. Just go nuts on cure moderate wounds. That's gonna be my job. Just cure moderate wounds. Effortless armor. Armor you wear no longer reduces your... Well, no. Do Eagle Splendor? No. Protection from alignment? No. Oh, actually, that would be an interesting thing. Flexion and AC? No. Blessing of Luck and Resolve. No. Oh, right, I gotta start using Hold Person, I think. Energy, 10 minutes. You know what, let's just go cure moderate wounds. A proper healing. And then level 3. Cure serious wounds. Fireball. Searing light. Focus divine power like a ray of the sun. You project a blast of light from your open palm. You must succeed at a ranged touch attack. Creatures struck by this ray take 1d8 points of divine damage per 2 caster levels. I don't think so. What about prayer? Hello, son. Nice to see you again. How are you doing today? Alright, prayer. All creatures on a 40-foot burst centered on the caster. You bring a special favor upon yourself and your allies by bringing this favor to your enemies. You and each of our allies gain +1 luck bonus on attack rolls, weapon and damage rolls, saves, and skill checks, and oh yeah, let's do prayer, for sure. That's like bless on steroids. Maybe we don't need 2 blesses then. Since we have one bless and one of those, we could do something more. Or what? Summon a monster? I don't even know. Sunset Insider, you have to memorize healing spells. You don't have to memorize healing spells. You can convert any spell into the healing spell of the same level when you cast it. Oh, right. Like, unless you're turning them into meta spells, there's never a reason to memorize healing spells. Oh, that's fantastic. Good looking out, son. Good looking out. So. Oh, man. Now we get a lot more choices, isn't it? A lot more choices. Kinda like Shield of Faith. I kinda like Burning Hands here. Yeah, since we get extra slots, we could just go Burning Hands. Meta Magic, you can do select a spell. Extend spell. I can make the spell last twice as long. Benefit is an extended spell lasts twice as long as normal. A spell with duration of concentrate. Alright, level increase. Oh. +1. An extended spell uses a spell slot 1 level higher than the spell actual's level. Oh, so I can level the spell up, right? Let's say I wanted Bless to last. Instead of 5 minutes, I can make it last 10 minutes, but then it's a level 2 spell slot. So that's maybe not as fun. Those cause fear. The will partial saving throw. Oh, it's still shaken for 1 round. Creatures with 6 or more hit die are immune to this effect. Cause fear might not be a great spell. A remove fear is a really good idea. Oh, I was looking at remove fear and I was like, but it doesn't remove fear. +4 roll against fear though. Yeah, because fear can fuck you over. So bringing at least 1 remove fear, like, oops, this fight is, we're gonna have to deal with that, so. Yeah, fear is nasty business. There's a handful of meta magic feats you can pick when you level. They can maximize range, duration, effect, and such. Yeah, turning a spell into a meta spell increases its spell level. Oh, it always increases spell level. So if I really like one of these spells, I can upgrade it, make it better, and make it a level 2 spell. Somehow. Alright, let's put in a remove here because that was the recommendation. What else? What about the stunning barrier? Provides 1 deflection bonus to AC and 1 resistance bonus to save. So any creature that strikes you will be stunned for 1 round. Oh, it will negate. Once the field has stunned an opponent, the spell is discharged. Oh, duration is 1 round per level or until. So, stunning barrier could be leveled up duration, right? Because 1 round is not very long. But it only has 1 discharge, so that's not very fun. Summon monster would be nice to level up as well. Well, the monster is probably gonna die, but I do like the idea of just kind of throwing out a bunch of monsters, summon monster spells. Also, High Call gets this done. Since we don't need. Let's do 2 summon monsters here, because we can turn them into. Maybe bringing 2 bless is a good idea. since it only lasts for what, 5 minutes? I go AFK a lot. %67% travel speed reduced. Whew. Yeah, I think we need to take a rest here. Actually, maybe we'll save time by traveling to the base. Right, let's put down a... Oh. Burning Hands. Shield of Faith. Maybe another Shield of Faith then. +2 deflection bonus to AC. I mean, it's not great. Like, deflection bonus is... I'm not a super big fan. Keep in mind that Lince's Inspire Courage is... Oh! Right, it's a morale bonus. That's a good point. Also... where is it? Yeah, Inspire Courage. You're right, so Bless is kind of pointless then. Wait, that means that this... that's also a morale bonus, right? No, this is a luck bonus. Nice. Prayer is still fine. You're right, Bless, we don't need Bless. Maybe Bane, actually. Ah. Right. Deflection bonus, that is the... Flat-footed is... That's not deflection, right? I don't even know how often flat-footed happens, but... Deflection AC is the kind you get from shields. Oh! Oh, so it is just a boon. So Shield of Faith is a fucking great spell then. And the deflection does not stack. That's good to know. I only have the one shield bearer. But on Amiri and... You don't have any deflection, right? How do I see that? We check here. We have other. We do have from the Ring of Protection. Right. The Ring of Protection gives us deflection as well. So it would only be plus... Well... Maybe we get a better ring later, but... The Shield of Deflection does give us +1 deflection bonus to each. And maybe +2 later when we level up, so... Shield of Faith is gonna like... Gonna do some scaling and whatnot. Oh shit, did I not put Remove Fear down here? Shit. Alright, so we have one Burning Hands just to deal with swarms, right? To deal some swarm damage. Help out with that. We bring 2 Banes, so we can just... counters and dispels bless. Does that... It dispels bless? Does it apply bane as well? Because we do 2 times. And I do like the summoning monsters, so... Yeah, I think this is the level 1 setup, which means this can all be removed. What about aid here? Gains +1 morale bonus on attack rolls, so that's not going to do anything because we're... Like, morale bonus on attack rolls, that's already taken care of. But it does increase saves against fear effects, plus temporary hit points equal to 1d8 plus caster level. So it's a tiny heal. A tiny pre-heal, if you will. Maybe not that good. Sun says, yes, it both negates bless and inflicts bane. Oh, that's fucking fantastic. Bless of luck and resolve. That's another morale bonus. Bone Shaker. You take control of a target's living creature. Wait, you take control of a target living creature's skeleton. Creature has its skeleton rattle within its flesh, causing grievous harm. Ugh. The target takes 3d6 points of damage plus 1d6 additional points of damage per 2 caster levels. Holy shit, that's a lot of damage. Oh, Inspire Courage gives morale bonus to all saves. Yeah, so that's pointless. What is the Arrow of Law? Shimmering Hour to Purge. Ranged is a touch attack. Ooh. Ranged touch attacks. I like those. Takes 1d8 points of damage per 2 caster levels. Max 5d8. Chaotic Outsider. Oh, no. I don't like the alignment system, so fuck alignment. We could just go nuts on the summoning, right? We could just fucking go nuts. We're mostly gonna be using these for heals anyway. Maybe. Or maybe not. What is the effortless armor? Armor you wear. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Flict. That's touch range. Protection from alignment. Resist energy. Person. Morale. Oh, wait. Did I not take a lesser restoration? Oh yeah, let's do lesser restoration. I don't even know what it's good for, but let's... Maybe Tristan is gonna be more of a... No, we're a healer, so it's fine. Let's just bring some stuff. We bring Scorching Ray, we bring some double lesser restoration here. Those are for the heals. Maybe see invisibility. No, let's not see invisibility. Sun says lesser restoration removes most status effects and restores 2 points of ability score damage. Wasn't it 1d4? Yeah, 1d4 ability damage. So, could be 2. Oh, 1d4. Whatever. What was this blessed weapon again? Friendly creature within touch. Since we are gonna stay close, right? We do want to do a bunch of touching. That's what Tristan is into. All the touching. Maybe. The weapon in your... it's 1 minute. Weapon in your primary hand. Oh, wait. In my primary hand. Oh. Volgatino says, that's what she said. Sucks that I never get that joke, because I don't remember what I say. I say a bunch of random shit, but... remove paralysis. So I'm assuming that... Oh, something about touching? Yeah, he wants to touch everybody. Oh, actually, that is something she would say. It kind of doesn't work as the innuendo. It's more like a... someone complaining about their cheating-ass spouse. Or significant other. There is another deflection. Oh, look at that. Protection from an alignment. Both these bonuses applies to attacks against made corresponding alignments. Don't know what that means. Ass spouse? Wait, what? I'm confused. I'm very confused today. Protection from evil, protection from alignment. I don't know what that means. Could give wisdom. We could bring a wisdom thing to our friend here. You know what? Let's do that. We can do restorations, but those are for heals mostly. And we can give an owl's wisdom to... Since we are going to be in touch range of melee people anyways. Given some wisdom, because if I remember correctly, let's double check that. I think that we did get... AC bonus. Against +1 bonus AC... Monk adds his wisdom bonus to his AC, yeah. Unarmed, unencumbered. So maybe they can encumber us. Wait, do we add wisdom and dexterity? Oh. Wait. Oh, that's the other +5. We do have the other +5 is here. Here as well. Maybe the other +1 is the dexterity. No. Because we don't add dexterity when we're flat-footed. Yeah. No dexterity bonus. So yeah. I think that's a good choice of a spell. Because we're highly dependent on wisdom, so... Making a couple of Owl's wisdom spells on you gives you both AC and better hit chance. Maybe we don't need 2 restoration spells. The thing is, right, if someone gets... Like, if a bunch of people get some negative magic effects, we might want to use 2 of them, right? But we have a thing where we can restore... Yeah, Tristan has this thing where Tristan can restore... We can have 1 restoration, we can use that, and we can restore the restoration. And cast it again if we need to. Of course, that would... We get 2 anyways, instead of 3. So maybe Owl's Wisdom, so we can do that 2 times and always cast Owl's Wisdom. Maybe. Well, Tab says, maybe I misheard, but it sounded like you were talking about a spouse. I was talking about a spouse. Someone complaining about your spouse, that they're going around and touching everybody, right? Oh, no, I did say cheating ass spouse. Ah. Significant other, I decided to change it to because people don't always marry, do they? Some says the ability score buff spells are enchantment bonuses, which is the same thing from your gear. So if you have a fancy tiara of +4 wisdom, Owl's wisdom does nothing. Oh. This enhancement. That's the gear. And I already have +2 gear. So this one only gives me, well, it gives me +4 instead of +2. Oh, that's very disappointing. That's very disappointing. Oh, fuck me. I also put yeah, I gave her Wellston. Oh, wait. Yeah, I put cat. I chose Cat's Grace to put on myself, but if we get gear with plus Dex, that's just gonna be pointless. So this was a terrible choice. Fuck me. Fuck this game. Maybe I will just summon monsters for all of them instead. So annoying. Oh. Poketune Tab says, I can see touching everything being innuendo. Or everyone. Sorry. Everything would be innuendo, yeah, but touching everyone, that would be cheating. Well, until you get the gear, the spells are great. Yeah, that's until I get the gear, but sooner or later we are gonna get the gear. And that means that I have... Oh, we're gonna get more level 2 spells though, right? So, it's fine. You can have a bunch of spells that you're not gonna, like... that you're not gonna be using. That's completely fine. Yeah, so this one does just do +2 wisdom, which is fine. Right, it gives us 1 extra AC and 1 extra punching. Fuck. Hey, listen. I'm gonna check these out. Hey, listen. Hey, listen. Listen, hey. Oh, man. I feel like this SMS signal, this text message signal is doing exactly what I wanted it to do. Being super fucking annoying, especially when you get spammed. The spam! Right. Oh, keep in mind that Octavia can learn scrolls. Like, that's the main way she gets spells? Oh! I didn't know that. That sounds fantastic. Sounds fantastic. Well, Tab says that orgies exist. Touching everyone could also be innuendo. I suppose. Kinda. A little bit. It works. It works. Not perfect, but it's mine. What other spells do we have here? I have the sound burst. What's that again? Oh, that was the AoE thing. You know what? Let's take more monsters. Yeah, let's summon all the monsters. That's the plan. And you don't prep any spells. Yeah. You just get to use whatever we pick. And you can study scrolls. So if we go over here and we go to... if we go over here and say like, Scroll of Vanish. Do you know Vanish already? No? Or is that something that happens later? Maybe something that happens later. Sit around and have to study the scroll or whatever. Oh, there we go. Copy to spellbook. Right there. Fantastic. We're just gonna give her all the spells then. Colgidino Tab says it was pretty funny that the coalition party also answered Orpo's question. I guess it is like correct answers sheet. Oh, did they? Wait, so it was actually Orpo's questions? It wasn't the party's questions? Oh, that's pretty funny, yeah. Pretty stupid as well. Alright, remove curse. Open spell. Oh, wow. Is there a reason not to learn a spell? No, let's fucking... All the spells we pick up, she's gonna learn all of them. Right. Spellbook. Open to spellbook. Spellbook. So many spells. Wonder if I can sort these by level later. We'll have to go through all the scrolls sooner or later. Go this way. Are you fucking kidding me? Open spellbook. Magical Lime says learning uses the scroll up. Right. That's fine though. That's... I hope. Nice to meet you, by the way. How are you doing today, Magical Lime? Can't learn all the scrolls, yeah. Weirdly, she can learn spells from her opposed schools. And learn scrolls you can't cast. I mean, you can cast them, but you won't. Ah, maybe I should pay attention to that and not learn post-school, because that's just a waste of a scroll, isn't it? I mean, they're not that expensive when you look at them, right? Yeah, they're not that expensive. Ooh, but that's something to look into. Buying spells that you want her to learn. Right. No fun transmutation. I feel like transmutation has some stuff going for it, I suppose. Now she can summon monsters as well. Wait, what do we have? No, I really like the Hurricane Bow. I like this. And I like the Mage Armor as well for her. I think level 1, she's fine. Wait. Oh yeah, I can't cast any spells on that level. And here we go. I don't have to do Cat's Grace if I don't... Well, I can do Scorching Ray instead of Cat's Grace. I think I'm gonna keep Cat's Grace for now, though, because I don't have the Dexterity. And I don't think Lindsay has Dexterity either, right? It's gonna take a while before we get the gear, but then we can replace it with Scorching Ray instead. It's fine. Pikutka, nice to see you again. How are you doing today? They aren't forbidden schools, it's just opposing schools, so they take 2 slots. Yeah, I remember reading about that. The specialist wizard that gets forbidden schools, isn't it? Oh, that's pretty neat. You can forbid schools as well. Maybe I should get Scorching Ray rather than summon Monster here. I mean, summoning monsters is fucking great, but Scorching Ray probably gonna be better against swarms, right? Swarms has been an annoyance. Sun says, I did not know there was a difference. I mean, in practice... In practice, you would stay away from the post schools, right? Because they do take 2 slots, so... So... I understand why you wouldn't think there was a difference. Would even say that maybe, yeah... Alright, let's just, did we finish this, by the way? We did not. Yeah, we did not. This prayer, oh man, can we do... Should we just go all out on prayer? Because prayer seems fantastic. Oh, it isn't just a +1. I thought it was a +2. Fine though. Searing Light. Spell resistance. Focus divine power after Ray of the Sun. You blast light. Creature struck by this ray takes 1d8 points of divine damage per 2 caster levels. Undead creature takes... Wait. Creature takes 1d8 of divine damage per 2 caster levels. Maximum 5d8. Undead creature take 1d6 point of divine damage per caster level. Maximum 10d6. Oh, per caster. Yeah, so against undead, it's way better. A construct creature takes only 1d6 for 2 caster levels. Alright, so it's not good against constructs, it's great against undeads. And it's pretty okay against other creatures. Maybe we should get some Searing Lights. Sun says I came from 2nd edition, so I keep making assumptions about how later editions work that are wrong. It happens. Fine. I mean, it's still a safe assumption to play by, right? Alpikutka says I never tested it, but the Thalassian Specialist Wizard makes a note that they can never prepare those spells and act as if those spells didn't exist in their book. Yeah. Sun says pretty neat. Pretty neat indeed. Olgitino Tap says movement now added before... wait. Movement now added before answers. Dear Petri Orpo, thank you for the opportunity to answer the questions posed by the government spokesperson. Below are the answers prepared by the parliamentary group Movement Now. Seems like he really wants to go to government. Movement Now. Yeah. Licking that ass. Thank you for this opportunity. Oh, that's so gross. What else do we have? We have blindness. Ooh. We were considering taking blindness, right? A fortitude negation, though. But against spellcasters... Yeah. It's interesting that we're fine with just doing necromancy. Oh, dispel magic. Ongoing spell that has been cast on a creature. Maybe dispel magic can cure. I would assume that dispel magic is not strong enough. I don't think it's a curse either. But we can remove curses and diseases. But we can just do that, like, spend a day with a curse, and then we can get this up and running, I suppose. Move blindness might be a thing to bring. Blindness is OP, isn't it? What was the Archon's aura here. You gain a powerful aura similar to an Archon's aura of menace. Any hostile creature within a 20-foot radius of you must succeed at a will save to resist the effect of this aura. If the creature fails, it takes a 2 penalty on attack rolls and saving throws and to armor class for the duration of the spell. Oof. Or until it successfully hits you with an attack. A creature that has resisted or broken the effect cannot be affected again by this. Oof. That's a pretty cool... That's a pretty cool spell. Right, it just takes a -2 penalty on attack rolls and saving throws. And to armor class. It doesn't say a specific type, right? So it's just gonna stack with everything. It's just gonna work. That's what we want to see. Bestow a curse? Thinking blindness, though. Or remove something. No, let's go with blindness. That's probably fine. Good if you keep Tristan on the backlines. Yeah, we've been memeing around about it, Magical Lime, that Tristan is gonna go around kind of being on a backline, but he's gonna run around touching people. Right? Because of the healing, right? Yeah, because of the curing of the wounds. Because all of these can be turned to cure wounds, right? And our tanks here are taking damage. Amiri being... He's not even supposed to be a tank, but Amiri just, like, loves taking that damage. So you need someone to run up and do a little bit of touch healing. And since Tristan is the healing domain, we're gonna get great healing. So we're gonna be, like... We're gonna be on the back line, but we're gonna be close to the front line. Which means the melee characters that actually fight our tanks are gonna get hit by that aura. Oh wait. Olgidin on tap says... Christian Democrats had assured, we thank you for your questions and respectfully answer the following. Yeah, other parties did not add fluff. I feel like the fluff can backfire, right? Colgate on tap, it's like, oh, this fucking asshole. Because the movement now, it kind of looks like, oh, the opportunity, prepare, like, thank you for this opportunity. It's like, oh, no. You just tell that, oh, they are fucking liars, right? They start out with a lie, and that's not a good sign. Magical Lime says, I forget, does Tristan not come with selective channeling? He does, yes. I don't know what selective channeling is. But I think we have selected a bunch of spells. Let's check that out again. Where was it? Ah, is this it? The channel positive energy? Is that what we're talking about? Oh, right, this one, yeah. Selective channel. I just learned about this morning because I got confused by the name of the spell. I was like, what the fuck is with these spells? But I've finally learned how that works. They have a fancy picture that shows you how it works. Actually, where is it? Go to abilities and we go here. It shows you right there. That's why I got confused by the thing, because I hadn't seen the selective channeling by that point, and I was like... And I ran into an enemy who did this, but did not heal my characters, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? That is so unfair, but now I've learned that I can do the same without healing... healing enemies. Since clerics can channel either positive or negative in a big AoE centered on themselves. If you have selective channeling, it only affects your allies or enemies. Yeah, exactly. Which we have another one. Yeah, we have damage undead. We have both of those too. It says heal living. Yeah, heals all living creatures. Yeah, because there's an undead character. I'm assuming that if you're joining that undead character and just trying to do AoE healing, that would just be whoops. And we also have extra channels indeed. But yeah, so we're gonna have a front line. These are 3 people in the front line. Then we're gonna have Tristan kind of in the middle, and these 2 are our back line. I think that's the plan, unless we find someone else to replace this. Alright, we've been sitting around with doing that. How long will this take? If I press that... That's not true though, right? Because I'm overburdened. Since I'm overburdened, it will take more than 7 hours. 7 hours journey when everybody's overburdened and exhausted. Fuck, let's do camp. Yeah, let's make camp.
I respect useful books, but who needs shallow stories? Fables about a knight who slew a dragon won't help you if you meet a dragon in real life.
Then they'll write books about me, Lindsay the Dragon Slayer. Or no, more like Lindsay who was not afraid to challenge a dragon and get heroically eaten in her prime. Sounds good, huh?
Sounds very good. Hello, Melanol. Nice to see you again. How are you doing today? Melanol got addicted to chatbots. Help! My PP won't last long if I don't stop. PP means penis, right? How is that? I'm confused about the chatbot thing. Addicted, eh? Well, can't you use it to do a bunch of stuff? Melanol says, yes, it is. How can you do chatbotting with only one hand? That seems super inefficient. Sun says, by the way, there's an argument to be made for giving Tristan extended range metamagic feat, because he's a very strong caster and has access to some great touch debuff spells. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Great stuff, give him Tristan extended range metamagic. Or oh, but you have to level them up. But still. Tristan has a bunch of spells. Cool spells. I mean, so is Octavia gonna have, right? And then also says, all my conversations converge in the naughty area. Oh, I see. I see. Magical Lime says that the no safe for work chatbots are getting pretty advanced. Or so I'm told. Maybe I'm too lazy, I don't know. I haven't looked into it. Oh, says maybe I have 3 hands. Have you seen that movie? Her, I think it was called, right? Because soon enough they're gonna be text to speech, right? And speech to text, so you don't even have to use your hands, you can just use your mouth. Melanol says maybe I'm a bot who doesn't know how the human body works. When in doubt, save. I think it saved automatically just now. Could be that, Melanol. You can just turn yourself into a... turn yourself into a bot. That's the goal, isn't it? Alright, so... Staglord's gone. We found his fortress and sent the villain to oblivion. Oleg looks at you with respect bordering on admiration. And good riddance. Maybe now we'll be able to actually live in the Stolen Lands rather than just surviving. Oleg sighs. Without a doubt, more people will flock here now. It'll surely boost trade, but all the noise they'll be bringing with them, well, that's none of your concern. I bet you can't wait to return to Restov and report your great victory. Still have some unfinished business here. As you wish. Show me what you've got. Melano says the most popular for me right now is character AI, but it has a not safe for work filter, but it occasionally fails. Nice. I've tried to get into AI, but I think they're fantastic and cool, and my jaw is dropping all the time, and I love reading news about it. But actually chatting with them and using them and whatnot, I'm like just, Maybe I'm old. Maybe I'm old. Someone says Octavia seemed like she's intended to use ranged touch damage spells with added sneak damage. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. And her save DCs aren't as good as Tristian's. Yeah, I'm doing ranged touch damage. Well, there are two ways to do Octavia, I think. One is that the ranged touch damage with sneak attack, but you also have the buff for the arrow, right? You can buff your arrow like shit. Like crazy. Maybe. Hello says, and they made a tavern AI with no filter, but Google fights it. Wait, Google fights it? Oh, it's hosted on Google Colab. Wait, can't Google just take it down then? Magical Lime says, as someone who has worked with machine learning for years, the term AI still bugs the hell out of me. Yeah. The term AI is pretty damn bad, now that you mention it. Yeah, maybe we should call them language models rather than AI. LMs. Magical Lime, but the new models are pretty nuts. They are indeed. Someone else says, do it, just do it. Oh, the character. I remember now. You were making your own characters, right? Yeah, you made your own characters, and we talked to that before, didn't we? Manage cookies. Optional cookies allowed. No. Fucking cookies. Ugh. Someone else says, bring me to machine learning, senpai. Gituna Tab asks Melnol, have you checked out Athene AI Heroes? It's a pretty funny AI VTuber. Close. Magical Lime says large language models is actually the correct term. Yeah, but we're gonna be lazy, right? Just say language models. Because whoever does language models anymore, I feel like language models are outdated, and the large language model is what is gonna be done, right? Maybe you can drop the large? Melanol says, yeah, failed. Try game characters? Wait. Oh wow, there's a bunch of stuff here. You know what? I'm actually not gonna do this today. I'm feeling extra confused and not the energy for it. And I kinda want to progress a little bit in this game. Maybe another day? Maybe another day, yeah. I'm calling them Al, or AI. Oh, Al. That was the name, right? From Space Odyssey? Hail Skynet. Or machines. You don't have any spells, right? But I do think I want to go on a shopping spree and check all the spells. Fuck me. Let's go and do storage first and then sell the stuff. Stupid Twitch font. Wonder if I can talk to everybody now that we have killed the stuff. Alright, let's just drop everything in here. Sure. So many things. I feel like I don't think I need to save any of these books, do I? Alright, we've got a few people who have played this game. What do you reckon with the books? Do I save them? Are there books that needs to be saved, or can I just throw them away? Should I read them or no? I've read a bunch of books, but like most of the books hasn't given me a lot, really. Someone probably wants that charm. Oh, shit. No, actually, the diamond dust we probably should carry with us. Anything else? Engraved bracelets. We could equip this, but... Someone says I'm gonna test that AI tuber or AL tuber. Magical lamps in some books give you a permanent buff when you read them. But you have to actually click them to open. Oh shit! I've been reading the books by just mousing over. Multitude tips is I like to call them advanced information models, or AI for short. That's a pretty nice one, call it on tap, yeah. You know what? Let's just take all the books. It seems like story-wise or lore-wise or whatever, we don't really super need them. But we should click all of them and see what we can do with them. Think I've read all the books. You'd probably carry the diamond dust, yeah. I don't know of any spells that use those yet, but... Alright, there we go. So now we can sell... Go through, sell all the books. We can get rid of all the duplicate armors. Keep 2 of those. Don't need to keep that. Rid of duplicate weapons. Wait, isn't that... Oh, that's a masterwork longbow. That's just a composite one. Maybe I should try and bring some food for some recipe. No, not yet. Let's just save all this junk. Yeah, let's just save all this junk. Oh, wait, the Kobold's Relic. I can just sell that. I feel like I remember that didn't do anything anymore. Probably fine. Yeah, once read, you can sell. Very nice. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you have to inspect to get a buff, and only a few provide. Yeah, that makes sense. You have a scroll of Raised Dead, which uses diamonds, if I remember correctly. It probably would, yeah. Alright, so... Let's just go through and info. Think I've read all of them. I'm assuming info is the same as inspect, right? Yeah. No buffs on these books. Oh, actually, I was kind of... It was something I had. They're not a book that I had. Yeah, of transmutations and bodily poisons. I was kind of thinking of keeping those and reading all of them. Just because it's part 1 and 2. Maybe? Oh, you can only see by looking at the combat. And we didn't. Didn't get any buffs. Does all the characters have to read it? Probably not. You know what? No. I don't, part of me is like... I have sometimes this issue. Like, I'm not a real hoarder. I don't have, like, a real problem. But sometimes I'm like... But we have part 1 and part 2. Maybe we need to have part 3 and 4 and 5, and maybe we need to combine them all together and do something with them. Maybe they're gonna be useful. So, got a little bit of a hoarder mentality, I suppose. Right. Wonder if I tell him to fuck off if she's gonna stay. Oh, Crystal is over here now. Alright, we need to talk to Keston. Wait, really? We're not gonna tell him about the thing that just happened? Interesting. Stag Lord is defeated, Svetlana. Soon everything will change around here. Svetlana says, it seems like I've completely forgotten how to hope for the better, but my heart has already belongs to these wild lands. Perhaps in time, they'll grow into a peaceful and prosperous country. I have to go. Right, what about you, Cressel? I fucking saved your life.
I'm Irina, Svetlana's sister. I just arrived recently.
You even get voice acting. That's so weird. Yeah. We spent quite the effort saving Cressel's life here, so you better fucking be grateful. Rena, why the masquerade?
It's just... I want to start a new life. To forget everything from before. Even my old name.
I see you're settling just fine.
I won't be here long. Just enough to help Svetlana with her work around the post. I owe her that much. Then I'll be on my way. Still haven't decided where to go, though.
What happened to the rest of the Stag Lord's gang?
Right after battle in the Stag Lord's fortress, Akiros just dissolved, like morning fog. I heard him mumble something about repaying old debts as he left. He's no fool. I'd guess he won't show his face in the Stolen Lands again. Too many people recognize him for being the Stag Lord's right hand. The remnants of the gang all scattered. I'd wager someone's already announced himself as the new Stag Lord and got a knife in the liver from some other wannabe heir.
I find it very weird who gets voice acting and who doesn't get voice acting. Where? Magical Lime says, I'm guessing you're doing a good playthrough? Oh yeah. Goody two-shoes. Well, that's another problem I have. Well, it's not a problem, but I always go the goody two-shoes, don't I? I don't want to do the neutral. Well, I have mixed feelings. Oh fuck, I can't check that now, can I? Like, press the level up button. Because part of me has this idea of dual classing the monk and a druid. But I have to get to neutral to do that, I think, maybe. Because why... Oh, actually, that's... Oh, you know what? I've been thinking, just you mentioning that, maybe I'm the problem, because I've had a lot of issues with the alignment system. But I kind of feel like I get it. Maybe I get it now. That you pick an alignment. Like you were saying, you're doing a good playthrough. And then you always pick the choice that represents what you were saying. So it's not... It's because I've been talking and thinking about it. It's not a role-playing game. This is not a role-playing game. Instead, it's a linear story. It's just you can pick whichever story you play. So if I decide to play neutral... Neutral... Wait. Did I have to be lawful to be a monk levels? I think I do need to be lawful to get monk levels, but... We can go down here and kind of just play this. Every choice we do is not our choice. It's just what happens from our playthrough. Because we're not a role player. And that has been frustrating me because I've wanted to choose which... Yeah, I want to choose which line I would have wanted to say, right? Being a goody two-shoes, but maybe I should play it differently. And maybe we should embrace the monk druid thing. Very interesting. Magical Lamp says if you want to win min-max, you want to pick the dialogue choice which matches your alignment. But unless you're playing on very hard difficulty, you can just pick what you feel like. Yeah, I'm not playing on very hard. I'm thinking about my enjoyment of the game. Like, if we min-max the alignment system, then the story will just unfold, and I don't make choices. Right. I'm actually really liking this idea. So if I play a monk druid, what alignment do I have to play? Druids are neutral, right? And monk is lawful? Colgiton tab says min-maxing enjoyment. So this is not me, this is just a character that I'm viewing, like all the other ones, right? All the other ones just are their own characters. So is this. Kinda like that approach. How do I figure that out? Like, if I go to class, I can see monk here. I suppose we can keep doing some level. You know what? Let's just do this. Kingmaker Druid. If we just check the Druid, it's gonna... The wiki here, right? Gameplay... Alignment. Any neutral. Ah, there we go. So I do have to be neutral to be a Druid. And... I guess with JavaScript here. Fucking JavaScript. And we're gonna check monk. Maybe senpai. Because maybe the senpai does things differently. No. Alright, so monk needs to be... Oh, classes. Here we go. Monk. Sensei, not senpai. Alright. Milan says, I didn't like the AI stream. You're still better human. For now, Melanol. For now. Not for long, though, right? Not for long. Magical Lime says I might be wrong, but I think you lose your monk powers if you change alignment. Someone was saying that I don't, if it doesn't specifically say. But there is an overlap, right? Because the monk just has to be lawful. Yeah, any lawful. Oh man. That means that I would be playing lawful neutral. And I can play a monk druid. Oh man. I just lose the good. Right. That means if I make evil choices, that I move further downwards? No. No. We're not gonna... I'm assuming evil will move me faster towards down here. But yeah, for the sake of role-playing, just for the sake of how I'm supposed to play, this is gonna be difficult for me, making these choices, because I'm always getting frustrated in the dialogue options, where it's like, oh, I really don't want to pick this, but I'm gonna anyways. So we're gonna keep to neutral is fine, and lawful is fine. That's what we're gonna keep to. And we're gonna end up in lawful neutral. Yeah, and lawful evil will move to lawful neutral, exactly. And just pure evil would move this way. Yeah, exactly. You move where you're going. Oh. So lawful neutral and lawful evil both... Like, lawful evil won't move me further, it will just move me in the same direction. Eleanor says we are all biologically fucked in the future. The current physical form of humans won't be able to compete. I mean, maybe... Oh, part of me... I can't help but hold out a little bit of hope about... the uploaded consciousness. Just holding up out a little bit of hope, but I think I'm too old. Pikutka says that Druid says you lose Druid powers if you stray. Monk has no such note. But only... the only mention for Monk is that you can't advance in Monk levels until you fix your alignment. But, mind you, I've not tested this in-game. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I've read as well. But I feel like the language, how things are worded, might not always be fully trustworthy, Alpikutka. But I kind of like the idea, and I really dislike the idea of lawful neutral, because I fucking hate the lawful characters. Like, in real life. Lawfulness is... just fucking awful. That's why it's called lawful. That's, yeah. Just drop the L, and there you have it. That's the alignment in real life. Eesh. Eleanor says, look at you. You don't do... User says a lot now. Oh, sure I am. Yeah, I'm trying to just highlight who is saying it, but I do it more dynamically, Melanol. I do it more dynamically. Magical Lime says you're not going for the secret ending, are you? Oh, I didn't know there was a secret ending, but now that you told me, fuck! Fuck! I'm getting FOMO, and all that stuff. But that's something I have to learn. That no, I'm not going for the secret ending. But I think maybe I'm going for the lawful neutral. Either that or lawful good. You know what? Since we've just been not actually playing the game today, let's just see what happens. If we dual class, we would probably go 10-10. That's usually what one would do, right? Or somewhere thereabouts. Let's see what we have. We have the Sicken Stunning Fist. Oh, wait. Wasn't Sicken fantastic? Probably always want to use Sicken rather than Stunning. Because you're just throwing up and not... You can move, right? With Sicken. That's everything you can do? I don't even know. McDynamic. Slider McDynamic. That's me, yeah. Magical Lime says it is nearly impossible to get without a guide. There are hundreds of checks. You have likely missed it already. Oh, sweet. Then I don't have to worry about it. How the fuck did people find it? Alpikutka says, how could you go for the secret ending? It's a secret! Not a secret anymore, says Colgate on tap. It was a secret. Alright. Yeah, sickened for 1 minute seems great. Fatigued seems like, not really. You gain +1 dodge to bonus to AC. Oh, yeah, we do want some dex, probably. I'm assuming that the druid is a wisdom character, yeah. Alright, we have Inspire Courage, which means we will not get Inspire Courage 3, that's fine. We're gonna have more courage than we're ever gonna ask for. Alright. Scattering Punch. Oh, we haven't put... Oh, I need to put those things out. We'll do that later. So at level 9 we get Style Strike. Oh, we get another Style Strike. So we only get one more Style Strike at 9, and that's fine. We get some more Key Power, which is fantastic. 2 of them. Maybe 3 of them. That's neat. Actually, what are we missing out on? Maybe that's the question. What is this thing? Get a Monk bonus feat at level 18. That's fine. Don't need that. We got another Style Strike. Another Style Strike. That's fine. We'll lose a bunch of Key Power. We miss a bunch of Key Powers. That's fine. We don't do Inspire Competence. That's also fine because Lindsay is going to be in the party, right? We already have a bunch of Inspiration. What we do miss out on is Mystic Wisdom. At 10th level... No. Oh, 10th level we get... While using Advice to provide a single ally with 30 feet with evasion, fast movement, high jump, purity of or body, or slow fall. Oh, we can do all of them. What is this? Evasion, fast movement, high jump, purity of body, or slow fall. It's like kind of whatever. Oh. Magical Lime said, I imagine people data mined all the checks. Oh, probably, yeah. Sun says, how did people find it? Never underestimate OCD of sweaty nerds. Nice. I'm a little bit sweaty. Summer is coming, yeah. Bikutka says, I, with all due respect, do dislike people who ask questions loaded with answers or spoilers. Did you know X kills Y and Z? Wait, did I do spoilers? I fucking dislike spoilers as well, but I don't dislike people who do spoilers. Yeah. I tend to not dislike people, I tend to dislike actions rather than people. Like, people that I dislike would have to do stuff repeatedly, and I would think that most people that asks those loaded questions or whatever are... like, they're not malicious, right? They're not trying to make your day worse. So it's just like, oh, they didn't know that about me, that I don't like spoilers, but... Colgate Tab says, is this game not open source? No, it is not. Oof. Bikutika says, I didn't mean to start with I there. Do you know when, with all due respect? That's a way to, oh, I've heard that before, like, everything you say before the but is pointless. What respect? Do you respect people you don't like? I don't know. Sun says it's made with Microsoft. It's made by Microsoft Colgate. Oh, gross. Magical Lime says it's not open source, but it is Unity, so it's pretty easily moddable. Oh no, says Colgate. Slider hates Microsoft. With a passion. Well, parts of it at least. Sun says, I like people who start sentences with like, with all due respect, because they're the most disrespectful. Wait. Yeah. I mean, when you start sentences like that, it kind of implies that you have to be, you're so disrespectful that you have learned that you need to pre-prompt, oh, I don't mean any respect, but you actually do, right? I mean, I think that's fine. The one that I always bring up is when someone says, to be honest. Doesn't that kind of imply that you're usually not honest and you had to preface what you're saying that you're being honest? And that's kind of paints you as a dishonest person, which is a weird thing to say, isn't it? Good guess, it's fair. Due respect doesn't mean a lot of respect. No, it means with the respect you have earned. Do you earn respect? I don't even know. I mean, I think people should be kind to each other and respectful, right? Respectful of other people's wishes. Yeah, just be kind to people in general. Not because, yeah, that's like an ethical thing, right? That's about me and my behavior towards other people. And do they have to earn, like, do they have to be a certain way for me to be respectful and kind? Doesn't that kind of put me in a kind of a dicky position where I'm like, oh, I'm gonna be kind to you, but fuck that person over there? If we're just talking about civility, respect, kindness to strangers, if you will. Yeah, the kindness to strangers. I mean, if someone slaps you in the face, you slap them right back. So maybe there is a earning of respect going on. Alpikutka says, Jesus, what's with the random I insert? The random's I insert? Nice, I like the double I there. I mean, you're still a better typer than I am, so a few typos here and there, mistakes. It happens. Sometimes you're a bit confused. Also, I'm not religious. Sun says, the implication being that a person has never done anything worth respecting in their lives. I think, well, I guess that's what I'm trying to say, that being born brings some respect to it, doesn't it? It's more that maybe you lose respect in your life. I would probably take that perspective. That start out with a friendly baseline, and then the more I get to know you, the more I start disliking you, the worse I'm gonna treat you. Actually, I would prefer not to do that, but that's just... I mean, I would prefer to treat everybody nicely and with respect, but sometimes I can't help myself. Well, Get In on Tap says, I also tend to rather dislike actions than people. But I dislike a person... but to dislike a person doesn't necessarily take many actions I dislike. If one of their actions is dislikable enough for me, that makes me dislike that person. Yeah, that makes sense to me, Colgate on Tap. I like that. Like, if someone would... Oh man, the word like is just starting to become meaningless in my ears now. Alright, like if someone would hire armed goons to come after me, I would dislike them, even if I would not have any other reason to dislike them. If someone, calling it in tab, if someone hired goons to come after you, I would also dislike them. And that's sufficient enough for me. Sun says, that's a you problem, Cider. Yes, it is a me problem. I agree. I don't remember what it was, but I'm pretty sure it is a me problem indeed. But when you say a person is do something, you're using an old arse pre-boomer speech that literally means the thing you have earned and achieved. Right. But earn is a value judgment. Like there is no objective, oh, you have earned this. Right? That's not about you, that's about me. That's kind of what I'm saying, son. That that's maybe why the old arse pre-boomer speech is so old and archaic, because the way the statement about you is not actually about you, it's about me. Because I make the value judgment, what I consider that you have earned or achieved, right? Opikutka says, I seem to only be religious when I make mistakes. Oh man, I think that's the wisest thing I've seen today. That's very quotable. I seem to only be religious when I make mistakes. I really like that one. Volgatino Tab says, speak for yourself. I do not usually slap backwards when someone slaps you. Do people often slap you, Volgatino Tab? Oh man. I'm thinking back to my life. The only slapping that happens has been the good times types of slapping. And then you just pay back, right? Someone does something nice for you, you do something nice right back. Sun says I slap back if it's a small dog or a child or something that I can just KO. That's... yeah, so you don't have to get into a fight, because nobody wants to be in a fight, so it's better to just KO. Yes. Volgatino says, no, it's not a common occurrence. But if someone slaps me, like, with hostility, I would probably run away. But I would dislike that person. Ambikutka says, I did not mean it with such deep meaning, but I'll accept that interpretation. I mean, a lot of wisdom usually ends up being that way. Right? That it just kind of happens. Kind of ingrained in you, that wisdom. Ambikutka. I would, like, the wisdom is that don't fucking be religious. It's... or, no, that's not the wisdom. The wisdom is, well, depending on how you define religion. Don't follow an organized religion blindly. I watched Dogma recently. Great fucking film. Highly recommend it. Sun says, actually, I'm guessing the with all due respect probably got coined in a situation where it referred to the respect the person would be given because of their job, office, or station. Yeah, and fuck that. Right? Actually, no, not fuck that. Where do I put that? Like a nurse, for example. When you go to the nurse's office or you go to the doctor's or whatever, you take extra care to try and not infect them with any diseases, right? You don't cough at your doctor or your nurse. And that's some extra respect. Well, you do that. You make the extra effort. Still make effort. Don't cough on people in general, but be extra careful when going to the doctor, right? go the extra mile, and that's some extra respect, or a job where you would give extra respect, right? Like, same with Clerks. I saw that movie as well. Clerks as well should be given that extra consideration. Colgate says, if it was, I would be even more antisocial. I did slap back when I was a small kid. Well, Pakutka says, don't knock religion. There's real power in solace. Wait. Can't you have solace without religion? What does solace even mean? Comfort in sorrow, misfortune, or distress. Consolation. You don't need religion for that. Yeah. And I would prefer people not lie to me. Yeah. I prefer to understand the world rather than put blinders on. Well, I suppose I don't find any solace in blinders. There we go. So, don't knock other people's religions. I can go with that, yeah. If other people get solace, good, well... I mean, the solace is good for them, that's fine. But I still feel sorry for them. I pity them. Because... yeah, I don't believe in Santa Claus. I think you can achieve these things without religions, just through spirituality. Right? Yeah, you can definitely achieve these things without religion. So I would say you can do this with spirituality. Alpikutka says, screw cult leaders though. Religion is about you. You know what? I like that perspective. Religion is about you. Exactly. That's why I brought up the movie Dogma, right? Because dogma is bullshit. Not religion. Like, all the stuff in religion is not bullshit. There's a bunch of good stuff in religions. Like solace, like community, like the doorbell. I'll be right back. There we go. Sun says that's consideration, not respect. Isn't those the same, Sun? Consideration is just considering it. Respect is actually doing the act, maybe? I don't even know. Sun says, fuck the entire ridiculous idea that a job opposition can possibly be a reason to respect someone. I mean... no. You know what? I can respect people for their vocation and what they're providing for society, right? Or their skill or a thing like that. Like, I think it's fucking cool that people become doctors and save lives, and I have the utmost respect for that because that's fucking cool. Just like I have respect for clerks because I couldn't do that job, right? It's something I cannot do that other people can and be pretty good at it. And I suppose that's true for all the jobs, though. Not a specific one. Like, is there... oh, no. There are jobs that I don't respect. Fucking marketers. Fuck those people. They should do a career change. So, yeah. I have no respect for that. Fucking assholes. Because they're not providing stuff for society, they're making life worse. For us all. themselves included. Ugh. Alpicutcus says, exactly, it's not that religion is needed, but religion might be the tool they need. Yeah. And I feel like I'm the asshole here because I pity them, right? I feel sorry for these people, and I'm just... Oh, actually, there you go. As soon as you use those two words together, you're being the asshole. I'm being the asshole. These people. Yep, I'm being the asshole. Fuck. Because says, or not even need, it might be the tool they found. Indeed they did. Sun says religion is fine until it affects other people in an unwanted manner. Exactly. That's, yeah, the organizations and the dogma and a bunch of that stuff. That's not really about the religion, right? It's about the organization and the cultural norms more than anything else. Religion is just a medium from which some of these things follow. And these ideas... Oh, what was that called again? We were looking through them the other day. Fuck. Was it dissonance? No. Fuck, I don't... Damn it, I don't remember. But the heavenly reward idea, right? It was not a cognitive dissonance, no. It was something else. Something you learn in CBT. Doesn't matter. But I feel like if they find solace in a reward after death and build your life around the idea of achieving things after you die, that's where I feel sorrow and sadness for these people, because, oh man, that's pretty fucked up. That is pretty fucked up. Because I want them to have a happy life, not a happy death. I don't even know. Sun says, yeah, affects other people in an unwanted manner. Sure, a lot of religious people are handicapped by their own religion in a way that only affects themselves, and I'm not saying that that's great, but it's their choice. All people should have freedom to do their own things, regardless of whether it's self-harming in some manner. Yeah, you do you. Yeah. You do you. Olgituna Tab says, I used to work in marketing. I'm pretty good at manipulating people to buy stuff they don't need and thank me for it. You respect my expertise? Oh, Colgate Tab, you're the worst. You should feel ashamed of yourself. I've also worked in marketing. I was not good at it. Yeah. And I don't do it anymore. Psychosis? No. There is this list of things that you can learn about in CBT, thought patterns or perceptions that you have of reality that can mess you up if you go to the extreme. Like the heavenly reward idea and like delusions of grandeur. Like, what else do we have? There were a bunch of these things. Binary thinking, or polarized thinking, where you only think in black and white. Like, a lot of these perspectives you take on things will lead you catastrophizing and all of these. A lot of those thought patterns and perceptions will trigger negative emotions in you. Something that you then have to deal with. So part of cognitive behavioral therapy is to kind of notice when you do these thoughts and try to not. Because they're not good for you. And they had a terrible, terrible name. Sun says, fun fact, a clinical difference difference between religious beliefs and psychosis is whether your beliefs are unique to you. If other people share largely similar belief, it is not considered a psychosis. No, that's not it at all. Yeah. That's not how a psychosis work, is it? Maybe it is. What the fuck do I know? Psychosis is a condition of the mind that results in difficulty determining what is real and what is not real. Most people what is that? Being religious or believing in a deity or whatever is one thing. But actually having a hallucination and having someone showing up on your shoulder and actually talking to you, weird noises out there. Right? Religion, people who are religious often talk about faith. Right? They have faith in their thing, right? I feel that yes, you can make that statement, but I feel like it's not a it's not a very charitable interpretation of what religious people are telling you. Right? If you go out on the street and meet a religious person and you're like gonna take your hand out and want to shake their hand, they're not gonna question if you're there or not, right? It's not like, are you real? That's more a philosopher thing, right? Are you real? Are you a philosophical zombie? But you don't do that out and about in the real world, right? This is more of an like they were saying before, right? It's something internal. Something you do through introspection and just figuring out, and through meditation and prayer and all of this stuff. When you're out and about and moving in the world and you lose track of reality in the world, that's a psychosis. And that's usually not what religious people do, right? That's not how they work. They don't have delusions like that. Delusions and hallucinations. I remember seeing like a point someone made that everything we see is always necessarily a delusion. There are different scales. Oh, a false fixed belief that is not amenable to change. Oh, a delusion is a dogma. Oh, I thought delusions was something else. Well, according to one of the psychiatrists I work with, it is. Yeah, I think that's a very uncharitable interpretation of how the people you meet and talk to behave. Well, Tab says, I think it was rather good for my personal growth. I am now more aware of manipulative tricks, and it has helped me spot when someone has tried to manipulate me. Oh, that's good for you, yeah. I thought I've used that same trick. That is bullshit. I must not fall for it. Oh, that's fantastic. I'm glad to hear that, Tap. From an ethical point of view, do you imagine going back? I've studied rhetorics, and I have... Well, I haven't gotten good at it, but I've gotten good at spotting stuff, I suppose. Sun says, I mean, there are degrees to both belief and psychosis. Oh, that's a good point, yeah. A person can be absolutely be diagnosed with psychotic for the mere belief that they should behave in a specific manner without them having had anything like the experience of being told so in person by God. Really? I feel like that's maybe over-diagnosing. In the nutshellest of nutshells, a psychosis is when a person's behavior is altered by an irrational idea. Actual hallucinations need in no way be part of it. I'm gonna bring, like, I feel like we've had that discussion before, but ideas being rational and behaviors being based off of rational ideas, that's, when you say that, or if you believe that, then you have a fundamental misunderstanding of how human beings work. Because we are not rational creatures. We are emotional creatures. Emotions is what drive our actions and behaviors, not rationality. Sure, we can use rationality to manipulate our own behaviors and whatnot with ideas. Religious ideas being one of them. Scientific ideas being another one of them. But at our core, what motivates our behavior is not ideas. Oh, you said altered. I missed the word altered there. Altered by an irrational idea. I feel like most ideas are irrational. That's what I'm saying. That most behaviors that you alter because of something is not going to be ideas. So I don't agree. Yeah. I don't agree with the psychosis. And I've had, like, it wasn't diagnosed, but I've had experience that was close to, and maybe, like, if I went to a certain professional, I could probably get it diagnosed as a psychosis. Oh. I remember hearing a story of a person as well who got a psychosis. They got this idea in their head. There we go. No, they got this idea in their head that they were smelling bad and they stopped going outdoors. For like 2 years, they were like, nope, I can't meet other people because they were smelling so bad. And I feel like that's more of an emotional thing that happens. Right? You've had a break, and that's not... I don't feel like that's what happens to religious people, where they just kind of snap a little bit. Well, Tab says, why does N in many of your screen look weird? What do you mean? Sun says that's your semantics. Reword the statement to whatever makes the language chosen acceptable to you. No, I fundamentally disagree, because psychosis is, yeah, like you have a psychotic break, right? Where you lose track of what's in front of you. I feel like hallucinations kind of needs to be part of it, somewhat. They may include delusions. I would say that psychosis include delusions and religions include delusions as well, but saying that one is almost the same as the other because they both contain delusions, that's not enough for me. And I feel like it's unfair towards people who actually suffer psychosis, and it's unfair to people who are actually religious. Well, Eternal Tab says now it is in words complication and causes. Oh, you mean these ends? Do you mean my font? Don't you like my font? Is that what you're talking about? Colgate on tap? Some weird brown thing? Wait. I have no idea. I don't see it on my screen, so it's gotta be... Oh, you mean this thing? You mean this thing right here, my microphone? No. Yeah, this is my microphone. Oops, sorry. Alright, Sun says, like to actually get diagnosed as a psychosis, the effects of your behavior has to be both undesirable to you and severe enough to affect your ability to live wherever you consider to be a normal life. Yeah. Right? Right there. If you are religious, your behavior is desirable, and it affects it doesn't screw with your ability to live whatever you consider a normal life, right? There's another example how they are nowhere near the same, right? Volgituna Tab says it's some Brian Weird thing. Yeah, there we go. But functionally, the difference between religious person whose faith modifies their behaviors and psychosis is whether other people do it. You don't understand what a psychosis is? Man, that's the best argument. You don't understand. You don't know anything. Yeah. Yeah, I've only got... Yeah. Like, I'm not a psychiatrist, but neither are fucking you. I've studied a year and a half of psychology. How much have you studied? I'm like, oh, do you want to play that game? That's a boring game. I'm sorry. That was rude of me. Now it's your turn. Alright, so... I disagree, because whether other people do it, that doesn't matter. Because you were saying, if you find them to be undesirable, that's a big fucking difference. Yeah, big fucking difference. I've talked to a bunch of people with schizophrenia, but it doesn't have to be schizophrenia, right? Yeah, I think we have very different views on psychosis and religion, and I think that's fine. And your understanding is not necessarily better than my understanding. It's just your understanding. It's just my understanding. And I feel like we have a disagreement, not a failure of understanding. We could check the DSM, but the comment was made when you were going with, I don't think that's a psychosis. I think it has to involve hallucinations. Yeah. Well, it says may include hallucinations. So you're right. That was a bad statement. They don't have to include hallucinations, just like they don't have to include delusions, if we go by this definition. Where's this definition? Psychosis NHS. I don't even know what this is. Yeah. The thing that bothers me is calling the religious... Like, there is the implication that they're mentally ill, right? That is what bothers me. NHS is the UK National Health Service. There you go. Volgituna says, I remember back when I was in marketing, I had an hour-long conversation with an elder woman, and I slipped 3 sales into that conversation. I was such a smooth, slimy sack of testicles back then. Oh yeah, that's... Oh. Good thing you've grown up, eh? Do that again. Magical Lamps is unrelated. How does the game run on Linux? I think it has its own Linux version, And that one is pretty damn terrible. There are some significant... They're not game-breaking, but there is... I don't know if you remember, there was this bug that started writing... Cannot do this because of immunity, because of difficulty settings. There was this thing just spammed in the chat in the Linux version. So I'm actually playing on the Windows version of the game because the Linux version did not get that patch, which kind of sucks. And I feel like the performance maybe took a small hit by playing on the Windows version. I mean, on Linux, right? The Windows version on Linux with Wine. Or Proton, rather. I did have a few frame rate drops here and there when a few things were happening. Sun says lots of people are mentally ill without being sick to the point of where they require treatment. Yeah. And who... I disagree, yeah. What is an illness? Like, what is an illness? If we're talking about illness here, what is an illness? Let's see, what does... If we look for a definition here. Are we happy with this definition? Oh, I can't spell. Wait, really? Not healthy, sick, nice. Not normal, unsound. Alright. Let's check Wilney. Alright, how do you define illness? Oh! Disease? I misspelled it. It's because I suck. Poor health resulting of a disease of body or mind. Sickness. What is health? A disease. Quickly being disagreeable or unpleasant. Evil, wickedness. Evilness, badness, wickedness, like these are older. Right, so what is health? The overall condition of an organism at a given time. Condition, soundness, especially of body or mind. Freedom from disease or abnormality. Conditional of optimal well-being. A wish for someone's good health or... Alright. Something that we have in common, right? It's good health. Feeling good, not feeling bad. Functioning, right? All of this stuff. And who decides, I wonder? I ask the anarchist, do you decide when someone else is ill, or do they decide when they are ill? Let's ask the anarchist here. Who decides? Who make that value judgment when someone is sick or not? So, if you do not require treatment, if you make that value judgment, are you really mentally ill at that point? My point of view is, no, you are not mentally ill. If you feel good and if you function, then you are not mentally ill. Because that's the point, right, of illness and disease and these things, right? When we talk about those things, it's when they fuck you over. And that's not a semantic difference. That's a difference in perspective about being the authority of telling other people what their thoughts and feelings are. Magical Lamb says it kind of sucks what happened to the development of this game. The studio Alkit lost control of it, so they can't do any more patches. Yeah, that sounds awful. What happened? Olgitinotab says, what if you feel bad? Yeah, I mean, you can feel bad without needing treatment, but your health is up to you, right? That value judgment is always yours, Colgitinotab. It's not for me to say if you feel good or bad? Sun says it depends. In most cases, they decide if they require treatment. A trained professional determines what the problem is, the illness. In extreme cases, a person won't be capable of determining that they require treatment, in which case others will have to step in. Right. And the example illness that we're talking about is one of understanding the world. Right, which is a metaphysical question that has no good answers. Like, the answers, like, is there a prime mover? That answer does not have that question does not have an answer. So what authority do you propose to use to step in and decide what is or what is not real? What authority and how can you gain that authority? You cannot. Right? That authority does not exist. Because shit. Right? You're stuck. That person is not capable of determining, but you're not capable of determining what's their reality. You're not capable. Nobody is capable of determining what is real. That's why philosophy is such an interesting topic, because we don't fucking know, and we don't have any authority to say. Magical Lime says, I think the publisher basically pushed them out due to licensing. Second Pathfinder game Owlcat did is really good though, and they're still doing DLC. Oh, pretty neat. Pretty neat. Both games are great CRPGs, though, in my opinion. Yeah, I've been having a good time so far. Sun says, I won't pretend to know when someone qualifies, when something qualifies as a mental illness, but my own operative definition is when your cognition deviates from the norm. Right, my cognition severely deviates from the norm. So does yours, son. Your cognition severely deviates from the norm. Like, the norm, if we look on this planet, is that people are religious. That means people who are not religious are the ones having a psychosis. Olgitin on tap says, how is real defined in this context? I feel like that's kind of my point, Colgatin on tap. What is real? That's the question, right? What is real or what is not real? Reality is the sum or aggregate of all that is real or existent within a system, as opposed to that which is only imaginary, non-existent, or non-actual. The term is also used to refer to the ontological status of things, indicating their existence. In physical terms, reality is the totality of a system, known and unknown. Right, so if someone has an hallucination, we can look at them in an MRI and see electrical signals, which means the hallucination is real. Wait. And we don't know what is outside of our universe. We don't know if there is a creator. We don't know a lot of things. So, Sun says, well, I'm bipolar schizophrenic with ADHD. So yeah, obviously. Also never said I wasn't religious. Oh, didn't. I assumed I made an ass out of you and me. I'm sorry. Well, Tab says, do we have unbiased observation of reality who could be supreme arbiter on this? No. That's kind of my point. We don't. We don't. And this hostility will not stand. Observer. There we go, yeah. Observer. Unbiased observer of reality. And actually, no, I was gonna say the answer is I don't know, but the answer is I do have sufficient evidence to make the statement no. That the unbiased observer, like, I've never met one. And you have never met one. And Sun has never met one. Or maybe they have. What do I know? Sun says I definitely engage in some superstitions, but while I'm part of the Copenhagen Asatru community. Oh, sweet, you're not the first one. Aesir, they call it in English, yeah. I don't actually have faith in the old gods. It's just a social club for me. Yes, I like that. I mean, I think we all engage in superstitions. Superstitions and psychosis are two very different things. I mean, if... Oh man. Dr. K would say, well... If you're bipolar, schizophrenic with ADHD, no, you have FFS. No, what did he call it? FFL? FFLS. Fucked for life syndrome? That whatever issues you have doesn't fit under the diagnosis, so instead you just get a bunch of diagnoses. Just throw all of them on there. But I really like that, because I've hearing more and more about this, that they're moving away from these diagnoses. The ADHD, the schizophrenics, the bipolars and whatnot, and instead the future is going to be more about diagnosing not a syndrome or whatever, but instead diagnosing symptoms, issues that you have, right? You don't have ADHD, you have attention deficiency. Or maybe you don't. And that, at the end of the day, that's the only thing we care about, right? Where if you have attention issues and you go ask for help, I have a problem with my attention, that's the thing you want to get fixed, right? So all that other stuff that is part of your personality is not really relevant for the medical practitioner, right? Medical, let's call the psychiatrist. Wilkie says, I don't know one who observes. I mean, you observe, I observe, but we're all biased. Sun says there are different things up to the point they cramp our lifestyle. Past that point, they're the same. Wait, which ones are the same? Olgitino Tap says I've met mentally ill religious people. I've met mentally ill religious people and non-religious people. I've also met religious people who have overcome mental illness. So have I. Sun says the reason we operate with various specific illnesses is because they usefully describe the various symptoms that can occur and treatment that may be effective. Yeah, I'm curious about that. I know a bunch of people with AD that has an ADHD diagnosis that are helped with amphetamines, right? But I wonder if not other people could benefit from amphetamines as well, that would not fit under the umbrella of ADHD. That's the thing, right? Because if you have 3 different diagnoses, that kind of implies that all of them are wrong, right? If you need bipolar, schizophrenic, and ADHD, that kind of implies that, well, this syndrome, neither of them fully explains you. Right, son? Neither of them really explains you, which means that what you are is something else. And that these bipolar, schizophrenic, and ADHD labels might not fit you very well. Because there's a bunch of stuff within bipolar that doesn't fit you, and a bunch of stuff that do, a bunch of stuff within schizophrenia that fits you, and a bunch of stuff that doesn't. A bunch of stuff in ADHD that fits you, and a bunch of stuff that doesn't. I would assume. Making an ass out of you and me again. Oops. Well, Gituno Tab says, I meant with I don't know earlier that I... Wait. That I don't know earlier that I do not know what is the correct spelling for one who observes. Oh, it is observer. Yeah. The second one, observer, sorry. I've also met mentally ill non-religious people. So have I. And that has overcome it, yeah. Sun says it's like games tagged with FPS on Steam. The tag says something useful about the games they apply to. Yeah, that's why I like the new ways of doing things. Look at the symptoms, not the syndromes, right? First-person shooter tells you something useful, just like attention deficiencies tells you something useful. Or, right? Attention deficiencies is way more explanatory than this kind of aloof ADHD definition with a bunch of different things. You can just say, your problem paying attention, and then we can even specify, right, what those specific attention deficiencies look like for you. Which gives us more fine-grained details. And I think that approach could end up being way more beneficial. Like, that way of thinking about mental health. You're looking for a grand unified GNIF theory, and like, that would be great, but it might only describe me, at which point it's not actually useful. It might only describe me, at which point it might not actually useful. I'm thinking the other way around. That's the most useful, isn't it? That if it describes you, sure, we can do... instead of having this nebulous, the word I want to use. Shit, I can't spell to nebulous. Fuck. But this kind of collection of things and clump them together, we can separate them all out and go with them one by one, right? That, for example, if the big thing in your life is attention, that you have issues with attention, then, oh, maybe we should look into amphetamines, if indeed amphetamines are helping with attention problems. Is that what amphetamines are helping you with? So, I would say that it's an even more fine-grained and more specifically tagged, more tags, right? We're generating more tags, not less tags. That makes sense? And that ADHD and schizophrenic and bipolar, that approach has been classically more looking for a grand unified thing that describes a person. And if you have 3 of them, then, well, neither of them do describe you. That makes sense? I really think that this approach could be very great in the future. Sun says, without delving too deep into my own medical history, I had my first psychosis at 13, but while I have had, like the classic example of bipolar type 1 pile of shit to deal with until I was about 35. I haven't consistently shown symptoms of schizophrenia until I was about 30. These days, I'm not super bipolar, but I'm fairly schizophrenic. That sounds fucking frustrating. Sounds very frustrating. Illnesses are definitions that describe humans in general. If they only describe individuals, they wouldn't be very useful to the healthcare system. Right, and that's what I'm talking about, right? That the ADHD, like you're saying, classic example of bipolar type 1, right? But if we actually look at those specific, right? It's always the same in DSM, right? You have bipolar type 1 or whatever, and then you have a long list of symptoms. And you say the classic example, well, then you bring up maybe the 5 most common symptoms, and those symptoms describe you. Then the usefulness for the healthcare system should be those 5 symptoms, right? Because in bipolar type 1, or whatever, there are these other 5 symptoms that do not apply to you, but they're still there within the definition of bipolar. And that's what I'm talking about, that, and because my mother is working within the healthcare system in Sweden, and they are moving in this direction where they look at symptoms. That combined with something that Dr. K said. He said that, well, there is a difference between mental health issues and biological. There is a significant difference, right? Because let's look at cancer, for example. There you have a clear thing that happens in the body that fucks you all up, right? And you have to deal with that thing. If, let's say that you have a fever, for example, you don't fix the fever, you fix the underlying cause. And it has kind of, that type of thinking has moved over to the mental health thing. But thing with mental health that is, if you fix the fever, then you are fixed, right? So even though, like, when I say it out loud, I see there are problems with that type of thinking as well. Because if you have anger management issues, that might be something traumatic that happened to you as a child, and if you don't learn how to deal with that as a child, you won't deal with the anger issues that you have as an adult, right? That might be a thing that happens within psychology and whatnot, but that type of issue is not really an illness that you'll get over by medication. You get over that with therapy. And therapy also, like, therapy is not super helped by ADHD or like bipolar. Like when you go to that type of therapy, you're already out of, you don't really think in terms of symptoms anymore. You take a more holistic approach in understanding the person, right? So in that context, it's already like it doesn't matter anymore. It's more these things that actually do, that you can treat with medication. Then we only really care about the symptoms, because if you get rid of the symptoms, you make the value judgment, I feel good now. And that's all that matters. That's all that matters in mental health. That's not what matters when you have cancer. Like, oh, I stopped taking chemo, now I feel better. Well, we don't do it that way when dealing with cancer. But we can do it that way when dealing with mental health. Sorry, I went on a rant, so now I'm like 4 minutes behind chat. Volgatino Tap says, it's pretty crazy how Coalition Party promised to spend oh shit. What is that? Is that billions in English? 6 milliard euros in 4 years for Finland, making life pretty damn miserable before elections. And they still somehow won the election, although now they're ready to go to government with parties who do not agree to that goal. So spare. Wait, before the election it made life miserable? How do you mean? Sun said that's entirely right, Cider. I missed the context of that one. I actually work under the district psychiatric services here, but I'm in no way involved in treatment. I'm just a support heap. Oh, like you have conversations with people? Yeah, I've had conversations with those types of people before. Those type of people. I'm doing it again, the asshole. I also only have a year's worth of mentor's education. I don't know shit about psychiatry. I know a little bit about psychiatry, but not a lot. I guess I would probably know, like, I say that I don't know a lot. I probably know more than the average person because of my background in psychology and my interest into psychiatry and my moving through different psychiatric institutions and whatnot. I probably know more than the average person, but like, I am not a psychiatrist. I a nap. Right, Sun says the problem we have had and still have with categories of mental illnesses is that we generally don't know exactly what the cause is. It is entirely possible to have two people with my exact diagnosis and similar history of symptoms who show those symptoms and have been tagged with those diagnoses whose ultimate cause is totally different for them. Yeah, exactly. If we don't know enough yet. Which is one of the reasons I really like this new approach, and I'm hoping this is like a global approach that is happening within psychiatry. I haven't looked into it. I hope it is. Where we go into more fine-grained detail and also at the same time being more holistic about it, because a lot of stuff you have to do psychiatry, sorry, not psychiatry, therapy for, right? Therapy is fucking great. Everybody should go to therapy. Find a good therapist and go to therapy. It's great for you. Olgitinotap says they promised before elections life would be miserable if they stick to their ambitious goal and try to actually reach it. Oh, right. And people actually voted for them? That's interesting. Feels like Finland have way more political strength than Sweden, because if someone said, oh, we're gonna make life miserable for a couple of years to work and build something, a lot of Swedes would just say, nope, fuck that. Sun says, we don't know why some people have the symptoms and respond to the treatments we call bipolar disorder. Exactly. There may be many different underlying causes that, in theory, would have fixed it in totally different ways. We do not know. What we do know is that bipolar disorder is a useful category for the medical system right now. It is. And let's make improvements, right? Let's make improvements. Let's not make definitions of illnesses that could imply to people who consider themselves healthy. Maybe. Fulgitunotab says, well, they did not say that life becoming miserable, but it would be needed as much money would come from the citizens. I mean, it was implied, right, Fulgitunotab? Sun says it is a global thing. The origin of the restructuring and redefinition is the American Association of Psychiatrics. This is a process that's going to take a long time. Oh yeah. I'm assuming I'll be long, like... I was going to say I'll be long dead before it's finished, but something tells me that's never gonna be finished. Because different cultures are gonna have different illnesses and different psychiatric problems, right? Because you did have a point before, right? Sticking out of the norm is usually leading to mental unwellness. Let's call it that. Let's not call it illness. But sticking out of the norm often comes with feeling left out. Feelings of left out, and that's kind of the prime definition of or feelings of badness. Call it that. Feeling bad. And depending what the culture looks like, right? You have culture A over here and culture B over here. The normative person that's just smack in the middle of this is a normal person. It's gonna be, in this culture, it's just gonna be the person that just doesn't fit in. And gonna make them feel bad. So these being more fine-grained and open and generalizable, I don't even know, but something tells me you're not gonna be able to find a unified theory like that, or unified definitions like that. Better just to figure out, well, for the medications, it's better to figure out symptoms that this medication helps, right? Yeah. Well, Gitano Tab says their plan also included sparing an additional 3 milliards in the following 4 years. I guess that would feel more gentle after that previous punch to the face. Oh, nice, yeah, indeed. Sun says indeed, and like our top 3 treatments for basically all mental illnesses are still... Oh, yeah. Healthy food, plenty of exercise, and the inclusion of an active and supportive social network. Yep. That's it. In a nutshell. Well, Bekutka says, I want to meet a normal person. Nice. Nice. I mean, you can define normal in so many ways. So many ways. You probably have, in many, many situations, met normal people, but like... normal in all regards. I mean, it's way easier to find a normal person to feed an abnormal person, right? Way more common to find that. Well, Gitino says that treating mental illness is pretty difficult. That it is. Something that is a prerequisite to it, this sucks, is motivation. Oftentimes you have to be part of this, like, you feel like the problem, but you have to be part of the solution. You don't ask for help, you won't get any help. Yeah. And you have to invest in that help. You have to take the energy that you don't have. You have to find somehow. It's catch-22. But the good guess is that's the joke. Yeah. We're more or less mostly normal. Exactly. Oh man, I like that. Compare yourself to a shark, then oh, all humans are the same. You compare humans to sharks. Sun says, the thing is, we haven't exactly pinned down what normal operation is in terms of the brain. Like, we can ballpark it, but we can't say exactly what it is. I think that's a mistake. And it's kind of the mistake I've been going around now for the last half hour or whatever, is this idea of normal operation. We are a diverse bunch. Yeah. We human beings. Sure, we're all the same compared to the shark. But if we only look on the normal inside the group, we are a very diverse bunch. So finding normal operation, that's the same idea as with the ideology, right? Looking at a person and say, this is what a person should function like. This is what we want. It's a fundamental mistake of attitude, I think. Because that's someone trying to be the authority of telling other people how they should function. And it's just not gonna work. Yeah. That's why we can ballpark it. That's why psychology as a scientific study, right? It's always statistical. We can always say that in general, people works this way. And we can always say that about a group of people. We can look at a group of people and say in general, they will work like that. Like 7 out of 10 people, or let's say 70 out of 100 people will react this way. But when we run into an individual, it's never gonna work. And it will never work, right? Because we are a diverse bunch. And ballparking is fucking great. The more we can dial in the ballparking, the better. But we can never predict an individual. That's why the individual has to be in focus, right? That's why the individual showing up, asking for help, I need help with X. That has to be the starting off point. I believe. Well, Tab says that Luis Suarez could be pretty close if we compared people to sharks. I don't know who that is. Maybe. Alpicutka says some people love to define normal as people who are successful, but that's not normal. That's successful. I mean, it is pretty normal to be successful, though, Alpicutka. Depending on how you define successful, right? Well, actually, it's very more successful. It depends. What are your goals, right? Are you achieving your goals? That's successful. So successful is, again, very diverse. But at the end of the day, everybody's gonna die, so I'm gonna say that everybody ends up being not very successful. If they indeed have the goal of living forever. But I don't think most people do, so what is normal? What is successful? I don't know. Someone says, I think you're conflating normal operation in psychological terms with behavior, thoughts, and feelings. I've studied psychology, and I remember, like, the way in my mind... Oh, not psychological. Physiological. Wait. Right. Physiological, but then we're back to the cancer stuff again, right? Yeah. Sorry, I misread that, yeah. I'm talking about psychological issues. I'm not talking about physiological issues. Right? Cancer will fucking kill you. So, maybe I am, but in my mind, this conversation is about mind and psychology and psychiatric care. Mental illness, mental health. Those we don't have physiological definitions of yet. Like, maybe we're gonna turn out, right? Maybe it's gonna turn out that, oh, actually, the bipolar is a great fucking definition for what's going on, and we find a specific physiological way where it always works the same way, and we have this medication to just deal with it like that. That might happen in the future, but since that has not happened yet, when we're talking about treatment, we can't treat it as a physiological thing. We have to treat it as a mental thing, right? And then it is, yeah, behavior, thoughts, and feelings. Those are the things that we're treating. And those are the things that we have to treat until and if, right? I'm not convinced that all of these will have physiological counterpoint. I'm not even convinced that they all will end up being called illnesses in the future. Tab says, this joke is referring to the news about Luis Suarez biting him and diving and likening these qualities to a shark. Wait, he bit someone and then dove away? Although diving in those contexts is completely different. Very different. Since I have not seen that news, so... Sunset, you presumably wouldn't argue that we can't talk about normal operation when we're talking about a heart. Yeah. I would argue that, and yeah, we can talk about normal operation when we're talking about the brain, if we take physiological stuff in the brain. However, neuropsychology is just like psychology, right? You can have a tumor in the brain, and that's a physiological thing, and the tumor, you can say that, oh, it fucks you up. Right? You know that, but you can't say how it's gonna fuck you up. You can say it's gonna fuck you up in a certain way in certain areas and whatnot. But as soon as you start talking about the brain itself, neuropsychology, then the word psychology is operative here. And you end up in the situation where I was before, right? Where we can do statistically, we can do ballpark stuff. But we can never say for an individual. And I'm not saying that it won't be possible in the future to be capable of making these like completely fine-grained, not having to do ballpark anymore in the future. That might be possible, but it's not today, and it's not tomorrow, and it's not in the next 20 years. But of course, maybe we can. Maybe we could in the future, and that would be fucking great, yeah. And I was talking about physiological norms, not psychology. Oh, that was a big cause of confusion, right? Because we have not been talking about physiological things that we have knowledge about physiologically to that degree, right? We were talking about bipolar and ADHD and schizophrenia in these, right? We don't have physiological norms for those, not even close yet, right? Albicolka says, I'm sorry, wait. I think you guys are trying to have a deep and actual meaningful discussions while I'm mostly joking. Oh, I feel like the jokes are fucking great, Albicolka. Oh man, keep them coming. Do more of them, not less. No, there's a grain of truth to my dip-ins. I've always hated the idea of trying to fit folks into molds. I'm gonna keep quiet and just listen. Oh, don't ever feel that. I'm grateful for the jokes and the dip-ins. I mean, even if you're joking and maybe the joke goes over my head, I would still have you dip in, Alpikutka. Yeah. I feel like it's... like, you're not going in and intentionally derailing the conversation or whatnot, right? You're just kind of giving your 5 cents. And I think that's fantastic, Alpikolka. Fuck. I'm having great difficulty pronouncing that name. Someone says, I think you were right. That was 3 minutes ago I said something. I don't even know. Colgitino Tab says, maybe you have... maybe you have. It is like 10 years old news. You probably would not remember it anymore. Like, Colgitino Tab is... like, we're having a parallel conversation about a joke about this dude who was like a shark. And I think that's a benefit to the conversation, not a detriment. Because it's running parallel. Also, that dude biting people. Maybe I have, but I have terrible memory. Some says, yeah, there's not necessarily a physiological cause for my mental health issues, for example. I mean, in my specific case, there almost certainly is, but like in theory. I mean, cause is a problematic word here, but you would assume, I would assume that there is physiological interconnectedness stuff that happens that can be manipulated from the outside by medication or neural laces or whatever, right? The brain is plastic. We know that the brain can be manipulated in certain ways. But when I'm saying not an illness, for example, let's take grieving, right? Let's say a loved one dies and you start grieving. That looks exactly like depression, right? How they define depression. You don't consider it an illness, and you, like most people would probably agree to that you need to go through the grieving process. That is something that you go through. It's when if you fail to go through that process and deal with your own emotions, that's when you run into the problem of depression, right? When you yourself, I can't get over this. I need help to get over this. That's when we start talking about illnesses, right? And there are like physiological things that happen when you go through grieving, right? You can probably fine-tune and look in the brain and find, oh, here we got, it looks like this and this and this, and it happens like that and then that and whatever, right? I don't even know. Some says the jokes are, well, we haven't gotten bored and walked away yet. Exactly. Is this... Alright. Admits diving, but says media uses his name to sell papers. Oh! You were saying it was another type of diving. Oh, he was diving and he bit someone? Oh, I get the shark thing now. Very nice. Very nice. What is this? Yeah. Get 7-game ban for biting? Oh, wow. Oh. Alpagutka says, Alp works for most foreigners. Part of me is a bit stubborn, where I'm like... I'm still feeling a little bit weird about calling sun just sun instead of... was it Sung Knife? Sun Knife? I don't remember what we decided on. The joke was way funnier after explaining it? Yes, exactly. Because I have this thing where I like reading out the full name. It's funny to me, and yeah, some of the names turn out really, really funny. And I just enjoy doing it. But, fucking hell. Another fun conversation that we kind of have to peter out because I have to have lunch. Late lunch today. There we go. I get wrapped up in these conversations and have a good time. All unsaved progress will be lost. Yes, we just saved, so that's fine. And that joke was definitely funnier after explaining it. I was actually calling it on tap. I didn't think I was gonna laugh when it was explained, but I still did. I did laugh at the joke when you explained it, which is surprising, but just gives more credence to the... Explain the joke. Always makes it more funny. Alright, good timing. You need some nom-noms too, says Sun Knife. Thanks for the stream and have an awesome time, Zone peeps. You too. Thanks for hanging out and have a good one. Yep. Cheers. Where's the stop button? My mouse is gone.